Hi, friends. Good evening. This is your host Ankit, and we have Kimberly joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have Alexander Starr joining us from Canada, Toronto. And good evening, good morning, and hello to everyone around the world. And today we are on Tuesday, 19th of May, and we do Celebrity Tuesday with our celebs around the world and how they are living their life during COVID, and what are the best practices they can share, and how the industry will shape up in terms of entertainment, music, movies, arts, culture, and things like that. So let's start with Kimberly. How are you doing? How
Hi,
is
good evening. Namaste. Hello, Sasha. Good morning to you. Everything's going great in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I guess, in the U.S. We're still seeing increase in deaths and an increase in infections. But I think, people feel like they're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel because we started re-entry stages. Not that a lot of people were ready for this, or a lot of people were ready for it. Don't get me wrong. People were ready for it, but I think a lot of people were against it. And then there were a lot of people for it. There's been a lot of fighting in the US about this, but, I guess it has to happen. If it fails, then we go back to ground zero, right? But I guess the president and our leaders felt like, well, the people are whining a lot and getting aggressive. So let's go ahead and, kind of like what you do with your children, go ahead and burn yourself
yeah.
and come back, and we'll fix it and we'll start all over. And if you need to burn yourself twice to learn not to do that, then go ahead. But I think that's the philosophy that the leaders are starting to engage in, and that because they're just tired of hearing the few people who are whining and saying they need to go back. As we saw Kumo's video of his speech, if you need a job, there's plenty on the front lines. Go, we'll get you work. But don't sit there and complain about it, because the more we stay home, the more we'll contain this for now. I think his idea is kind of like the same that mine has been. Let's get it back to ground zero, where you're showing zero infections, and start from there. Now, might not be the best way to do it, but I don't know. What about you, Sasha?
Okay, well, things in Canada, I think, getting slowly back to normal, but very, very cautiously and very, very slowly. The stores now opened as of yesterday, but only those stores that have entrance from the street. If it's entrance from the mall, they're still closed. Now, from the street, yes, but you cannot go inside. You can only, the sales clerk will approach you, ask what you need, will bring it over, then you pay and take it and leave it. However, I can't imagine, let's see, a woman would buy a dress for herself. How she can do that without going inside and trying on, and at least to see the colors and fashion, and I don't know. I'm not buying a lot of women clothes lately, but how you can
Well, and
imagine.
I don't think I would want to try on clothes now, because you don't know who tried on the
Yeah,
clothes for you. So I think it's really a bad time for clothing sales as well, unless they disinfect each piece of clothing.
that's what they're doing now. Yep.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
here's
they
what
do.
I would, to be real creative, if it were me. Now, there's not that many clothing stores with outdoor entries that I shop at. I prefer some of the bigger department stores like Macy's, Bloomingdale's, and things like that.
Or
But
J.C. Penney, which
well,
goes bankrupt now.
JC Penney's, they went downhill in the type of jackets that I like to wear. I don't
Hmm.
know where they were getting them made, but the quality went way downhill. So I go, but to the department stores, because they generally will carry a woman's business suit. And JC Penney's, I used to, almost every piece of clothing I had came from there for the longest time. But their quality of clothes went downhill, and they didn't make the business suits like where they fit right. But anyway, so here's what I would do. And I'm sure some whatever is going to get mad at me, but I've seen where some of the restaurants in their outdoor places have put up little greenhouses over the tables, right? So I think I would get myself like maybe a rolling curtain, right? It's like, because they had him at the airport years ago, and so after they, like scanned you, and they said, "Do you have a steel bra on or something?" And you go, "Yeah," and you have to take it off, and so I would get one of those curtains and let the women change outside and check it out if they like it. If I had one of those outdoor, it'd be limited. It would be, maybe by appointment only, where women would call and schedule an appointment to come and but I think I would do it that way if they're not allowed to come in the store. I don't know why they wouldn't let women come in the store a few at a time, because they're letting people go into Home Depot. They're letting people go into Lowe's. They're letting people go into grocery stores. So I personally don't know what the issue is there, but I agree with you. It's something had to start, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I don't particularly believe in all this outcries and demonstrations from people that want to start working, and they harass the local governments. And we've seen it lately in places like Illinois and some others. And it's I have a very very bad aftertaste that all these protests they're paid and probably well paid, because it's not a secret that in US there is well over $1 trillion of so-called dark money that they are paying for the mostly Republican agenda, and they have basically unlimited capacity to create this unrest, the phony demonstrations, and so on. If you look at the people who are participating in these demonstrations, I should not continue this way and just say no comments, and that's probably the best I can do under the.
We're open. We're open platform. Somebody called me yesterday and told me that they appreciate that we let people talk freely. So go ahead.
Mhm. Well, if that's the case, then I will tell you something very interesting. Okay, okay, I'm so happy that we have a lot of listeners that appreciate chess and do have connections with chess. And well, as I told you and Ankit, we'll have spectacular show on Saturday with Irina Krush. I call it
Yeah.
Chess Queen Against Coronavirus, and she will tell us in details about this coronavirus and how did it go. Um, but I wanted to talk even bigger things than that. What's the biggest thing in chess? It's obviously Gary Kasparov. He is arguably the best player of all time. He's a great chess thinker. He's his IQ, I think it's around 180. So it's a strong evidence of what intellect and what man we are talking about. I saw yesterday, and to make sure, I saw it one more time in the morning today, a program of Gary Kasparov's interview with a famous Russian radio station. The interview was in Russian, and I wish it will be translated one day in English. I really wish, because what he is saying, among other things, he's talking about Russian politics and so on. And then the girl who interviewed him, she asked him his opinion about American politics, and particularly, well, the angle was that she was asking if he believes that the re-election of Trump would benefit Russia and Mr. Putin in particular, or so on. And he answered that the answer is yes. Yes, it will benefit very seriously. In fact, he emphasized that Trump spent his time on telephone conversation with Putin more than any other Western or non-Western leader. No one he ever spent so much time talking on the telephone as Mr. Putin. So obviously, there is a very strong link between him and Putin. And if you going into his background, and if you take into consideration that he had 6 casino bankruptcies, And after that, no US bank would lend him a penny. Yet, very shortly, he came on his feet. And after that was with the help of Russian and Saudi Arabian money. And this is one of the reasons why he would never show anybody his income tax returns, and he's fighting it all the way to Supreme Court. And most likely, Supreme Court will rule that there is no obligation for a president of the United States to show him his income tax return. Um, he said just one particularly very strong thing. He said that America has a lot of problems. And a mere fact that Trump, never mind if he was elected, just the fact that the man of his qualities, his intellect, his character could be even make it to remember that at first they had 17 contenders in the Republican Party. However, a man as Trump could become even a contender. How is that possible in normal functioning country, in normal functioning democracy? It could never happen at all. But not only he became one of the contenders, he was number 17, and he beat all of them. And then he went on to win the election. So what Kasparov was saying is that America at the time was rife with controversies, with problems, and only in such environment, such a phenomena as Trump becoming contender and then president could happen. Otherwise, it could never, ever take place, not even remotely, not even close. And he's saying that, so she asked him, so what's happened if Trump will win a re-election, become president for another 4 years? Kasparov said that, okay, let's take a look. Obviously, Trump completely destroyed American foreign policy. He is destroying American democracy. And if now it's still probably reversible in 4 more years of Trump, it will be irreversible, irreparable, and the damage will be done of enormous magnitude. So she asked him, so do you believe then that Biden is a better choice? He says, Biden, it's not so important whether it's Biden or anybody else, or even Mickey Mouse. It's not important. Important is to stop and get rid of Trump. And whoever is the president, probably, well, look, Biden will be soon 80 years old. And now when you have to really talk about young America, new ideas, probably Biden is not the best spokesman. However, it is much lesser, way lesser evil. And in order to stabilize the country and get it to a next election in 24, Biden is a man to do that. And then in 2024, new faces probably will appear, new ideas, probably economy will be in different shape. Then it will be a new ball game altogether. But right now, the most important thing is to stop Trump. That's full stop.
And I think that's very, very wise words. But if you want to do that, you don't campaign that way in this country. And I think that's what the Democrats are doing wrong is all they're talking about is stopping Trump. We have to stop Trump rather than preaching about what their solutions and answers are, which I thought Pete Buttigieg did a very, very good job of doing, was saying, this is the problems we have, and this is what I intend to fix. Okay. He was not about, I want to just stop Trump. That's what they kept trying to, get the Democrats to say. Every word out of your mouth has to be about stopping Trump. I will share a good story about Biden, about you, and the reason why I do highly, highly respect him. I think he's the best for the president. Hey, good morning, good evening. How are you doing? But
wonderful.
Real quick, just Biden is the first and only person to do a law to protect victims of domestic violence. And he did this back in 1997. And he is the only one to keep pushing that law every year to try to get, because you can write a law, but it doesn't mean that there'll be a means to enforce it, right? So he got the law passed, and then he, every year he tries to get the means to enforce it. It doesn't mean that a president will pass it, but he got funding for it to help protect victims of domestic violence. And that was a big push on his part. Nobody really helped him. He did it all, for himself. What a lot of people don't understand is domestic violence is 12 million victims a year, a female only. If you add up the children, it's about 24. So you're looking at well over, 30 to 40, 50 million victims per year. Each time there's a murder, it costs us $8 million. And, it's a $2.5 billion crime in this country, yet nobody does anything about it except Biden. So since 1997, he's been the only one to implement this law, to push it. Every year he's received funding or managed, every time a new president comes in, managed to get the president to sign it. I even have Obama signing to help enforce it. And then Trump comes in and he cuts the budget. He doesn't improve the budget or implement it. The other thing that people don't understand is that it's the most dangerous crime a law enforcement officer is dispatched for. The most dangerous crime a law enforcement is dispatched for. In fact, it's become such a problem that officers, if they are aware that it is a call for domestic violence, are not allowed to go alone. There must be more than one officer. So that's the good thing that I think about Biden is that he will push things through to make them right. He's got a very strong common man background, even though he's lived very wealthy in his later years. He grew up in the common family. He understands what it takes, and he's military. And I think that that's what it's going to take, is somebody with some common sense in military, because the first thing that should have happened in this pandemic is somebody should have done a complete assessment and accounting of every hospital and all the resources and supplies we have in every hospital. Because I hear some people go, oh, we don't have a big problem here, and we got plenty of resources. I don't know why everyone's complaining about not enough ventilators or not enough masks. And then you got hospitals that are overwhelmed that don't have enough of any. And we could have said, okay, we have it here, but not here, let's ship it. And that's what the military can do. That's the mindset. Trump didn't have that mindset, nor did his staff. So yes, and Kit.
So, Kim, what I realized that after the 2 years of 2 months of lockdown, and a lot of countries are doing their bit to minimize the current pandemic situation in their own country. But the important point is that countries with limited resources, they are doing good as compared to countries with more resources.
Right.
Because with more resources, it's like taken for granted. They think that they will be able to manage it out with their money, with their power, with all those things. But country with limited resources, they know that they have this much amount of resources and they have to manage within this resources. And no one will come forward and help those countries, because those are not superpowers or countries with good amount of dollar note. So I think it's more about how you manage your own home, and how you manage your own neighborhood, and then how you manage your own city. That is more important. That we are talking about country. If we talk about zones and then we talk about cities, I think that would make much more sense, because dollar is not giving you any kind of help at this point of time. I've seen a lot of news on about Trump, and Trump is everywhere on the news. Every day you'll find something or the other. And yesterday it was talking about hydrochloroquine. He said that I'm taking it from a week and all those things. I don't know what he's trying to prove, but it's not about the ego factor or things like that. It's about how to overcome the pandemic in the current global scenario, and not about your own personal scenario or maybe your country on what you do and how much stimulus you provide to everyone. It's all about the best practices. And we are utilizing our resources. I can see there are a lot of resources lying up. We are not utilizing it. But I think countries like Hong Kong, countries like Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, they are doing tremendous job as compared to bigger countries like US, UK, India, and others. And you can see all the top countries are at the top 10 list of coronavirus victims.
No, and I agree with you. And that it is about how you utilize your resources and work together. And the countries who have limited resources understand that, and I think they do work harder. Whereas we have been self entitled and self righteous and greedy for so long that. And it doesn't surprise me that Trump is up there touting that he's taking this hydroxyquine and every day, because if you remember or recall, we've had doctors come on our show saying that they were requiring the doctors and the medical staff to take it as a preventive, right? They were taking it, but I think they all stopped it because it's actually not a medication that you want in your system all the time. It's truly a symptomatic medication that they used for malaria, I think sometimes Ebola, but it's a systematic drug, not a preventive. But we have a guest here. So I am really horrible about pronouncing names. And so give me a minute here. But why don't you share with us who you are?
I would like to welcome Mr. Narayan Murthy from Hong Kong. And I think Narayan Murthy ji can himself introduce and about what you do and where are you from. And also for our viewers, can you also define the meaning of Narayan Murthy? That would be great.
Yes. Welcome.
Say it again. I didn't hear the last part.
So if you can just say who you are, introduce yourself, say who you are, where you're from, and explain to people what your name is. Apparently he said your name means something, and what you do.
That would take really all evening, as it is my name itself is my name itself is very long. Okay, my name is the S part of it stands for my dad's name, father's name, and the N part of it is my actually first name. So it's one of your long first names. So it's Narayan Murthy, and the S stands for Sundaresan. That's my dad's name. Of course, as is the practice in India, typically you will find, especially among the Hindus, the children are named after the gods. Okay, so I think possibly the bright idea was that, possibly during the formative stages, the parents would possibly have to scold the children. So, each time you scold the children and you really call out their names aggressively, you're actually calling out the name of the god. So, you are kind of accumulating on your karmic brownie points. So so that's part of the introduction. So so I'm originally from India. So I've been in Hong Kong for about 25 years, and basically been running a information technology line of work. And also I'm very much in the entertainment sector, and in the business front now I'm in the recruitment headhunting space. So this is to cut a long story short.
Headhunting. So that I love that term, headhunting. We are headhunting. But no, that's a very important job in this day and time, is to match people with jobs, basically. Right? Hello. We have Rakesh here from Hong Kong. Rakesh, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
So anyway, we have somebody. So explain to us, what kind of technology do you specialize in? Any technology? I'm going to get this right.
Narayan.
Yeah.
Narayan.
Just make it simple. You can call me NNNM. N for Nancy, M for mother.
Mother.
NM is fine.
NM.
So for non-Indian people, I am NM. It's very, very simple.
How about Narayan?
Yeah,
Narayan?
so actually, to
I like that. Nara.
Yeah.
So Kim,
I don't know. There is.
I think Narayan Murthy ji will basically, yeah. But then we had a god whose name is Narayan.
I'm not very happy.
I'll get it.
Unfortunately, I'm not very happy with the audio.
So I'll get it. I'll get it eventually.
Okay. I want to just touch upon the point made by Ankit earlier about the countries and how they have tackled the issue. So, like I mentioned in my previous appearance here, there is a lot of accountability which the individuals themselves need to take. It is not only what the government can do for you. It's also how each individual takes it upon himself or herself to exercise concern, exercise caution, and all precautionary methods they need to undertake. So, in those places where there is some level of self-discipline, I think the result can be much more effective. And so, it is not just about the resources, but it is also the fact that how the individuals take it up and how they take up ownership. This is what I wanted to add to what Ankit was saying.
Okay. No, and I think you're absolutely right. But now we're having to do some things to rebuild our economics. People are getting a little antsy, a little aggressive. They don't like to be restrained from their work environments. So no, but I agree with you on that. That's definitely well said. What are some of the things that you're going to foresee moving forward as a headhunter? I mean, how has this impacted you? What are you doing to move forward to help people find jobs? Uh-oh. And then what we need to do is find out how people can contact him. That's my next thing. Because this is very important in this day and time. People don't understand. And you know what? Headhunters, some of them, because I tried to help somebody get a headhunting company started. That's a lot of work. There is no gratitude. It's a lot of work, just a lot of work. To matching somebody, you would think it'd be very easy. You take a skill set and match it to a job. It's not that easy. Some people were very, very good at it and managed to stick it out. That's a challenging job. So, Rakesh, how is it going in Hong Kong?
It's great here. At least I went to the city today. Busy as ever. No problem at all. I went there to do to file some tax returns and things like that. So I just did that, and then I don't normally go to the city, but it was a very pleasant surprise. Everybody, of course, wearing masks, and the discipline is amazing. I had a lovely, from Pret a Manger. I had a chicken avocado sandwich for lunch, and then I had some Indian stuff too, some idlis and stuff, South Indian snacks, and then got back home and started working on my website. Then I got a call from Flo, my wife, that she was ready to leave her office, so I went and picked her up. Then finished my 12,000 steps, and I'm here.
12,000 steps. Listen at him. Wow. That is awesome. No wonder you stay in such great shape.
I've got a slight paunch.
Yeah, I've put on a little bit of a pouch over the COVID. I call it the COVID-19. And Dr. Yu and I said, we're going to lose the COVID-19. That's our thing, lose the COVID-19. Because, I think some people were very fortunate. Somehow or another, they managed to keep that off. But that didn't happen to me. But,
I would like to ask Rakesh, that do you find restaurants, serving in a different manner, or they have a different,
yes. They have separated tables. They have separated. They just put a sticky tape right across tables where they don't want you to sit. It goes from one chair to the other, across the table, and then to the other one. So you can't sit there. So you're separated, and otherwise, so you have fewer people, but the service was fine. Some restaurants don't follow that, especially in peak hours. But for most of the time, they do follow it. I think because now they're taking risks because it's pretty much beaten here. So they're taking a few risks, but because they need to get back into profits. So otherwise, it's cool. There's no hassle at all. All the youngsters are out, and schools are. I think they're starting from next month.
Okay.
But their classes are on because it's all Zoom classes.
Yeah.
And so they're taking it in their stride. No hassle.
Question about that. In the U.S., we've noticed that the restaurants that are opening, the few that they've charged a COVID-19 fee.
Yes, I saw that. They're not doing that here. No, they're not doing that.
Okay, that's nice to know that it's not necessary. I don't know why people do that in the U.S. It's like the FCC fee. Everyone thought that was going to the FCC, and it wasn't. It was going straight into the CEO's pocket. But they were saying, "Oh yeah, we're charging an FCC fee," and then the PUC allowed it, right? Because I think really the PUCs thought that it was a real FCC fee. I don't think the two talked. So because PUC is state and FCC is federal. So the big wigs got this idea, we're going to charge the FCC fee. And PUC permitted it in the billing. And hear me out on this. The FCC fee was the same amount as the phone bill. So if the phone line was $7, the FCC fee was $7. Okay. And then there was all the other things that you would get for your phone, right? Like long distance, call waiting, that would increment it up to $20. But the FCC fee was the same as the landline fee. And the money was not going to an FCC. It was not going to a government entity at all. It was going into the CEO's pockets.
Doesn't that qualify as a fraud?
Well, it did, but they didn't do anything to them. I fought it when I discovered what was going on. When I started owning my own phone company, I didn't want to do that. But in order to lease the lines, because I had to lease a lot of lines from them or do an interconnection with them because they owned most of the backhaul, they were charging me that fee. And I'm like, well, this is stupid. Because I asked them, I go, well, who gets this? And a dead stall. So I fought it and I fought it. And eventually it was, you know how they got rid of it? MCI had the biggest government contracts. And I approached the government who was paying them that fee. And I said, would you do me a favor and ask MCI who gets that money? Because it's not the FCC. And they go, what? and that's how they got rid of it. It wasn't because they were screwing the consumers. It was because they were screwing the government. Had nothing. If I approached them and said, hey, they're screwing all the consumers, no big deal.
Reaction.
But it was because the government was getting screwed. They go, oh
Come
my
on,
God.
Nicole.
So yes, hello. Hi, Kevin.
Hi guys, how are you?
Fine. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. What's going on?
Oh, just talking about the craziness that goes on in the world and government versus fees. We were talking about in the United States, I don't know if it's in your area, but some of the restaurants that reopened are charging a COVID fee.
Oh, good. That's a place that I won't go to then.
I think they're all doing it, Kevin.
Not the place. Well, I haven't seen anything on my receipts yet. We've ordered, a good amount of takeout in. And I haven't seen anything yet. If they do that, then we'll know, okay, well, noted, and I will never go here again. So
I don't know that it's on the takeout receipts. I think it's on the dine-in.
Oh, so, well, we're still shut down for the dine-in part. We'll see.
Right. Some places are not and have reopened. And somebody sent me, some receipts showing that COVID-19 food was added. And I thought that was interesting. I'm just wondering who gets that money. So whatever. But yeah, so you do a lot of takeout. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Some here and there when you just tired of cooking all the time. Just like, what the hell? Let's mix it up.
Yeah, that's true. I during this shutdown, I've not done one takeout.
Oh, well, look at you, hero.
Not one. I know, and I don't cook much. I'm not much of a cooker, but fortunately, my family is. But I no, not one. We shut down completely out here in the country. So yeah, not really hero. I just was scared of it spreading. You know, why waste my time staying at home if I get infected because somebody had it that brought the food to us? So and it was weird going to a grocery store. I finally went to the grocery store for the first time last week and again this week. And that's very weird. Very, very weird. But
I have I don't forget the pandemic. I don't even go to the grocery store really when it's not a pandemic because they do delivery from home to home, and that's just a no-brainer. I'll pay the $12 surcharge plus tip the delivery guy a few bucks. I have no desire to go in there and deal with old people who like to stand in the middle of the aisles while looking at their list and be completely, unaware that people are trying to get back on either side of them and just be nasty in the process too. So I'll pass.
No, and you in your area, your aisles are a lot more narrower in ours, but yeah, there's just a lot to going to the grocery store. You're right. I've thought about having deliverable. But sometimes I think that's the only time I get out of the house.
Right.
Go to the well, it is now, but I mean, I get out in the country anyway, but just to go out and do something, that's probably my only trip. But anyway, how are things going other than that in your neck of the woods?
Good. Not a bad day temperature-wise outside. I'm sure I'll get outside and we'll bounce around and have some fun. We'll see. But other than that, not too bad.
So the re-entry, has your industry started doing any re-entry?
Nope. Still, because again, we're based in the city, so they're not trying to put us back in yet anytime soon because we're the worst in the country. So we're not going to, they don't want to push people in, and people are going to go in very slowly. So it's going to be a very slow rollout to get back in Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, and it should be. Because Manhattan took the biggest hit of all. And, I'm kind of glad to see that they're taking the precautions that they are right now. And New Jersey needs to kind of re-enter slow as well. North Carolina did its first stage, but we haven't seen any decrease or we've actually seen increase. So this is what I told people, start watching the places that are doing the first and second stage reentries and just watch them increase, right? Did they increase? Did they decrease? For a footprint to follow. That's what we should be doing, is using these as examples of what to do. And, Hong Kong has done very well. I've been very, very impressed with the fact that they never really officially locked down. They just used very strict disciplines, and and for that they were able to maintain a lot of their economy. But moving forward, this is also Celebrity Week. How is your show going?
And now I'm on because it's Celebrity Week. Awesome. No, it's good. We taped last night. We did Gutting the Sacred Cow podcast. You can find on YouTube, all of your podcast platforms. You can find us on as well. We taped last night with JL Cauvin. He did 2001: A Space Odyssey. And JL, if you don't know who he is, he's the guy now who does a monster Donald Trump impression. He's been on Howard Stern the last few weeks doing Trump. And I've known the guy for a while. He's also a stand-up comedian like myself, and he's been around for a while. And it's good to see him catching a break doing what he does really well, which is impressions, specifically a Trump impression. So he was on that. We had a great episode, actually. So that's going to air next week.
Okay, well, we'll have to definitely catch that, and hopefully we'll eventually get things worked out so that you can air on IBM TV.
Right.
But even not, it's still entertainment and laughter, and that's what generates, a healthy attitude, is to find something to laugh about. I mean, that's what I go out online to look for, things that are going to make me laugh, because there's enough out there to make you tense, right?
Sure.
No, so we talk about music. and things to make you laugh and bring a little bit of happiness into your life, and then that's what's important. And so Gutting the Sacred Cow is definitely one of those unique comedy type shows where they well, you explain what you do on the show. You do it a
So
whole
what we do is we invite our guests to pick a film that they either find overrated or just flat out hate. And then what their job is to do is to convince us to see their argument. Now, here's the twist. Anyone can go out there and just make fun of awful films like Friday the 13th, Part 6. So we have 3 criteria. You have to meet one of them. Financial success, widely beloved, or critically acclaimed. It has to be one of those. And then you have to convince us why that film stinks. So, it's a lot harder to take down some of these great and beloved films we've had over the years, and just trying to see if people can do that. And their job is to convince myself and my co-host, Kevin Israel. Sometimes we agree that the film they chose is indeed an awful film, or half the time we absolutely disagree with them and dig our heels in and say, nope, that's a great film. You're wrong. So depends. I think we're about 50-50 when it comes to liking and hating the films that are chosen.
Wow, that's 50-50. But it's very unique. Nobody else is doing this. I mean,
Nope.
People critique movies, but nobody's letting the guests come on, which I think is kind of interesting, to allow guests to come in and say, hey, I don't like this, or this is why no, this is really good. You're kind of critiquing everything. So that's awesome. When did you start doing this?
We started doing this in October of last year. So 7 months now we've been doing that. We're a once a week episode. So usually comes out Friday night late or Saturday morning. And again, subscribe on iTunes, on Google Play, Google Podcast, Spotify we're on, iHeartRadio, Spreaker, Stitcher, YouTube. You can see us there. And like you'd said, we'll be on IBM TV in the very near future.
Very near future, absolutely, because our goal is because we're all, like all of these other places, they're probably global, but we are definitely a global platform, and we want to get this humor out there because it's unique, it's different. You also have other comedy shows that you've done, and they're on Amazon. If anybody wants to watch some really new, different types of engagement of comedy, definitely check it out. It's comedians watching.
Comics watching comics. Close.
Thank you. Comics watching comics. I am so sorry. I have gone out and watched it. I have a bad memory sometimes for titles, but comics watching comics. Again, it's very unique style. We've had to get creative because of COVID, right, Kevin?
Absolutely. It's now is the time. If you ever thought about doing something, there's no better time than right now to get off your ass and go make something happen.
Yeah, that's what I say. Execute with excellence, right? Get out there, put your plan together. Tomorrow is Startup Wednesday, but also we kind of converted it to Book Wednesday because the startups don't show up. If a lot of people have a dream and say they want to make it happen, we're here to help them, and nobody shows up. We book them. And this happened to us in Vegas as well. We actually had a mansion. We had venture capitalists from all over the world fly in to meet the startups at CES that we lined up, and only 2 showed up, 2 out of 10. And here's what's sad is the venture capitalists were there excited. It was kind of like a mini Shark Tank for them on a different platform. And we had the general manager of IBM, Watson, fly in with his team. Everybody was there. And everybody, all the startups, they had this excuse, I'm at CES. I got other things I have to do. And I'm sitting here going, you have no idea. You've had a lineup of venture capitalists for 20, certainly one of those venture capitalists would have invested in, we would have had every one of them invested in, and they didn't show up. And this is a problem Nick and I notice about startups is they use every excuse not to show up. So we thought we would try this platform. There's no excuse, right? It's just dial in, and nobody did it. But here's the thing, folks, if you want to be successful, you have to execute. You have to get out there, put your plan together, and do it. And that's what Kevin's done. And he continues to do it. He is persistent. When he can go out and do stand-up comedy, he does it. He doesn't sit around waiting for it to knock on his door. Do you, Kevin?
Oh, that's never been my style of life is being I've been in sales also as the day job, it's just not part of my DNA to sit around and wait for stuff. You got to go out and obviously you got to make it happen. Like you had just said, no one's knocking on the doors. No one.
Well, I mean, I did create a business where that happened, but I actually had to send out mailers, right? But
yeah, you had to do something. It just
I
didn't
had to do so.
open the
That's
door
what
for
I mean. You know, everybody said, but people were calling you like crazy. I go, no, I sent out mailers. Exactly. I had to do something. Let's talk about sales, if you don't mind, just for a minute, because I like to inspire people of what it takes to get out there. Do you have a formula for sales?
Yeah, persistency and creativity. That's it.
Right.
No secret.
You get a lot of no's?
80% of the time.
Wow. So what kind of, do you mind sharing with the world what kind of sales you're in?
I do diagnostic testing by day. That's the day job. So medical diagnostic testing.
Okay. No, that's a big field. Very, very, very competitive.
Yeah, it is.
And so you stay on top of that. And then at night you've got your comedy, your heart.
Yeah, the shows, the comedy, all that stuff. So it's I'm quite the busy person, I guess.
And you do a lot of homework in that area, right? It's not like you just get on the show and do it.
No, you got to write material. You just don't come up and wing it. That's what makes people think they can do it, is because people are so good at doing comedy. They've done it so many times. It's effortless. Kind of like if you guys want to do a pitch, you know how to do it. You just got to go out and get the bones of your pitch organized, and then pow, it's showtime. Same thing with comedy. You know, we make it look effortless a lot of times. Some people stink at it, but we make it look effortless to where people think, oh, this is easy, and they think they can do it, but they can't. And it looks easy because it's been, the repetitions have been put in.
No, I get it. And a lot of people don't. So it's hard to respect a comedian that's standing up there on stage. One, I think it takes a lot of guts to get on stage. It took a lot of guts for me to learn how to get on stage just to speak on subjects that I'm very, very good at. So I think, one, it takes a lot of nerve and guts to get up there and to have the confidence to say, I'm going to make somebody laugh tonight. So I respect it. I think it's an amazing talent, but talent takes practice.
It does.
And I've been in and it's funny because I really try to enjoy every time I go watch a comedian, even if I don't, because I know it takes so much effort to get up there.
Right.
So I just, and maybe it's because I respect it, because I know how hard it is for me to do something. I'm not a comedian. I would love to be.
Oh, I know. No.
I know, Kim. I know you're not funny. I would love to be funny.
Kevin, a quick question. Do you learn anything from your day job and you implement in your comedy at night? I mean,
yeah, no one does comedy in the day, then, Kit. That's because people are working, and there's something to be said about it's night. It's in a dark place. That's why all the lights are out. It's more intimate. So yeah, comedy's not done a day. That's for sure.
No. My question is that do you observe a lot of people on your day job, and then you take those inputs and put it in your comedy in your shows?
You take your work into your job for comedy.
Oh God, yeah. Vice versa. Oh yeah, I make fun of I make fun of corporate America all the time in my act, and because I remember, I can take humor into my corporate America job and make things a lot easier. So it works both ways.
I'll tell you what happened. I mean, I was talking to Kimberly, and we have an IBM drone. That drone is right outside your house, and we know that you make fun of us as well sometimes after the show.
Oh, all the time.
And also, Kevin, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Do you want to see full time in your in your comedy job, or you will still persist doing the morning, the day job you do?
Whenever I get to the point where I make enough money selling my shows or working on my shows, as soon as I get to that point, I'm out of corporate America. That's the goal. That's been the plan since day one. So yeah, I want to get out of corporate America. And right now where I'm at, it's fine. My boss is great. My company's solid. Just not my dream. No one ever wakes up and goes, I want to be in sales. Nope, not fun. But people want to make TV shows or be on TV or make movies or whatever they want to do. That's what you really want to do. This is what I'm trying to do is get that going. So once that happens, look out.
Well, this is what I always tell people. If you have a good day job, keep it.
Yeah.
Let it fuel your dream. You'll find that point where you say, I'm ready to cut the string. But let it fuel your opportunity to build your dream. Don't walk away from sustainability and an ability to eat thinking that you can just make it happen. Some people do that. But you struggle, and it's not worth it. It's not worth the struggle. So find that sustainability point. You know, like maybe how many shows do you need to be scheduled for each year before you know that you're capable, or maybe you already make all the money you need to basically retire,
Right.
and then go after your dream. And it's a hard balance. This is what I tell people: unless you win the lottery, sometimes it's a very, very tough balance. And to also work a full-time job while you're building your dream, that's hard. And your family, you got a family too, right?
I know.
Does your daughter ask you, tell me a joke, Daddy?
No, she knows I'm on TV, and she'll always say, "Dad, you're funny." You know, if I have to go out and do a set, she goes, "Daddy, are you going to have to tell jokes tonight?" I go, "Yep." And then she'll sometimes tell her friends, "My daddy tells jokes." So that's always funny.
That's what my daddy does for a living.
Not for a living, no. And then she doesn't need to know that daddy goes out and talks to doctors every day too, which there's nothing fun about that.
No, but that's actually not a bad job. You
Right.
know, that's a healthy mindset job. It really is. And you could have picked worse. So there's definitely a lot of that. There's a lot going on in the medical industry. One of my companies gets contacted a lot to do a lot of medical supply distribution. So I've been seeing a rise in that industry. But
Right.
but anyway, no, that's, you know, do what you got to do and be happy. That's the secret. And it's cool that you get to do all of the comedian stuff. But what is coming up next for Gutting the Sacred Cow? Do you have a lineup?
We have now 3. So this week, Matt Atchity, formerly of Rotten Tomatoes and the Adam Carolla podcast, he now works at Movie Phone. The episode we're airing is he tries to take down The Usual Suspects, and that's a daunting task because that's one of my 20 favorite films of all time. So does he succeed? Check it out. But we now have 3 episodes in the can. So we have next week, like I said, J.L. Cauvin from also Howard Stern show. He's doing 2001: A Space Odyssey. The following weekend after that, we have Dave Landau from Compound Media doing Philadelphia. And then I have to check the schedule. But we have Bobby Slayton. Oh, that's right. Bobby Slayton did the film Parasite, which was last year's Oscar winner. So those are the episodes we've got lined up for Gutting the Sacred Cow. And you can subscribe to us on YouTube. Again, that way you're not going to miss when we drop a new episode, or on wherever you listen to podcasts at, iTunes, Spotify, Google, all those I had mentioned, that you can just subscribe, and that way, boom, the minute our new episode drops, you get it, your phone automatically downloads, so that way you don't miss an episode.
Yeah, and that's truly the great way to do it. And the same thing when we get you on IBM TV, you can ask to be notified when you're airing live, and it will notify the people when you're airing live. Technology has just driven so much out there. And it's just great to be able to start doing these things. We try to do we call this pod TV. Everybody calls it, I guess, a Zoom on TV, but this is a little different. But we tried to get it going a year ago, and it just took us a year to really get it built up to where it can do everything the way we're doing it. But no, this is amazing to be able to even have interviews with people. I was telling people, though, that the networks are cheating. Did you know that?
How so?
So they make it look like people are doing shows from home and they're filming them in. And I go, wow, that is just so clear. I'm going to call that person and find out what kind of equipment they're using, right? Because it almost looks like they got a really good microphone for their session and a camera, like maybe your phone. And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching and was, wow, that is so clear. I'm so jealous that they've got this working so well, so fast. And all of a sudden you start seeing it panning.
Uh-oh.
And I go, wait a minute, they got a whole crew at those people's house. That's not lockdown. That's not lockdown. So they literally have a whole crew, and you can see it on this particular. Let's see, I'll show it to you. You can see what happens. But they make it look like they're playing at home. Everything's good.
Right.
And you find out, no, they cheated big time. Let's see. I was shocked. I was expecting more out of our networks, but let's play this particular one. Did you see that pan?
Yeah.
But at first they made it look like it was just the cameras, right? Feeding the cameras, and then all of a sudden you see this pan, and I'm like, So that's not right. That's not lockdown.
No.
That's not struggling like what we're struggling. So
But it's not like a studio shoot where they have all these people hanging out with, APs and grips and cameramen, plural, and a whole engineer system. So it's.
Well, people don't understand that kind of deployment for on location. Nick and I used to have to do that a lot, and we would take crews on location. It's $1,000 a minute to be able to pull off that quality with because you have a sound director, an audio director, you have a mixer. And then you have all the equipment that comes with them. I had it suitcased in for CES just to interview Gary Shapiro, who's the CEO, and the crew that came just for one interview was insane. PBS sent them, and it was I couldn't believe it. We had to fit all of these people into one little room to do an interview. So no, I was like, no, that's not right. That's, we're all struggling out here, struggle fair, and make it look the same, because we could do that. We could send cameras out. It costs a fortune, but no, but that's, but here's the thing, people, just do your best, execute with excellence and keep going. Ankit and I have grown this platform organically. We saw it go from 300 viewers. You don't see the count because this is just off of my Facebook, but we went from 300 viewers globally, where we count them on different platforms, to about 100,000, right, Ankit? Between your
platform. A lot of viewers watch us on different time zones, and they watch us on different platforms. So it's difficult to count everyone because we are using multiple platforms. But the count is going on, and also the important part is that we are covering the whole world and not a particular country. That is what we are targeting, to give the audience a global platform, a world platform where people can come and join us and share their stories and share their art and share their skills and share their the way they can reach out to the each and every individual, whoever is on a global channel. So that is what the aim of IBM.
All right, guys, I got to cut out of here. I got to go. I got another show I got to jump on here.
Right.
So thanks for having me. All right, I will talk to you guys.
Joining us, Gutting the Cow, Monday nights. We'll see you there.
Cool. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that's always nice to get a visit from some of the people. Kevin is working on getting his show on IBM.TV. We thought we were going to air on Monday, but some technical difficulties came in. But what we found out, like with Sasha, who has Chess Stars on Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if you just get out there and do it, and you work through the kinks. It's not going to be perfect, the first one, but the second one and third one, it just keeps building, right, Sasha?
Absolutely. The more you practice, the better you're becoming, and you just have to go out and just do it. I had a lot of problems with Igor Portnoy when he was singing and I was accompanying him. Never mind that he was late to show up, he couldn't use his link to get in, and so on. So they're all technical problems. But there were some unexpected sound problems because I was listening to that broadcast. And what I found is that his voice was behind of what I was playing. So he is a fantastic musician, so I couldn't believe that he was just getting late. It's just that a way his voice was recorded and projected, and my playing was, they were like in different time zones, and that's why they just couldn't synchronize. So as you said before, if there would be sound editor and sound engineer and all that, probably we would avoid this problem, but they're talking about different levels.
It does make a big difference, but people have to understand that to do something like that on a global basis costs millions of dollars. Not, when you look at $1,000 a minute for one show, That would be as if they sent a team to my house, a team to your house, a team to Ankit's house. But we're making it happen. And what we're finding out are people are very forgiving to when things go out. They're a little more patient nowadays because everybody has a cell phone, right? And everybody has experienced FaceTime spinning out on them. Or so, fortunately, this generation of people are accustomed to working with it. I think as we keep deploying things, artificial intelligence that's built into the networks makes it work better. Ankit and I have noticed that even our stuff, occasionally we have downtimes, but our stuff has improved tremendously the more we've used it.
Mhm.
Hi.
So,
Hello, hi. How are you?
Hello. Is it good morning or good afternoon or good evening?
It's good evening here. It's good evening. Hi, I'm from Delhi.
Hi, good evening and welcome.
Great.
Wow. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing in New Delhi, Jagnor.
So I'm a runway director, and I direct fashion shows in India, so Delhi, India, both. And we also have a modeling school, and we have a modeling institute where we train models and actors to, be part of the Indian cinema and reality shows.
and Jagnur, also tell us about your music album, because there are a lot of
Sorry?
things you do apart from fashion shows. So if you can
Yeah.
share more details about it.
Absolutely. So, besides my fashion shows, I've also done a few television shows on MTV India. So that was a reality show that we did with. It was a reality show based on love relationships. So I was a contestant over there, and I did not win the show, but I did 2 seasons back to back. So it was season 1, and then it was season 2. And recently, I did one more show on Amazon Prime with Shilpa Shetty, which was called Love Me, Hear Me. So it was again a blind dating show that we did. So, besides sending in a lot of people, giving break to people, I have also been doing a lot of different kind of shows wherein, we give platform to people.
Great. And
Yeah.
how is the life during COVID going on as far as the entertainment industry is concerned, and personally for you? How are these 2 months going for you?
So Ankit, life is not really great in India, but there was a complete lockdown for a good 2 months. But the at the end of the day, nobody can stay at home and just be happy. You have to get out, go work, and do a lot of things. So I think the lockdown has gone aside, and I think the second wave is going to start, wherein people have started getting out, doing all the precautions, whether it's using the mask or
Yeah.
following social distancing. So people are publicizing it, they are promoting it, but I think we still have to be really careful while we get out, because the public transports are on, the cab services are on now,
Yeah.
and the office are working in full strength. So there's a lot of precautions that we all need to take right now.
Great. And how the industry shaping up? I mean, post-COVID, because I think post-COVID we need to change a lot of rules in different industries, and I think entertainment industry is one of them. They required a lot of people to watch them in different theaters and different, maybe auditoriums and things like that. So how the industry will shape up post-COVID, if we can discuss.
Absolutely. I think one of the worst hit industries is our industry, which I think is the entertainment and the showbiz, and especially the Bollywood industry, because there were such major hit movies lined up, and, and they have no releases. For example, just before lockdown, there was a Irfan Khan movie. I'm sure English medium,
Yeah.
everybody's heard about it. It was so
Yeah.
it was so popular. People were just getting into the cinemas hall when this COVID situation just rose up, and the halls just got shut, and there was nothing that people could do. And now I see there are a lot of Bollywood movies which are now releasing on OTT platforms.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward for both of them, but that's a good thing that at least the entertainment should not stop for people, and good stuff is coming on.
Great. And also, there were a couple of sad news from Bollywood as well. Two of our biggest star they passed away due to some, yeah.
So
And that I
that's
think,
a shock. That's a shock for, I think, not just the industry. It's a shock for the whole nation, and their followers all over the world. Irfan Khan, there is a segment which is called actors, and there's a segment which is called entertainers. But Irfan Khan had that magnitude, and he had so much of capabilities that he was an artist, he was an entertainer, he was an actor, and same was with Rishi Ji. So two legendary names just going away like that, it's not believable for us. So that was something really sad that happened, but we have to go, and they went under such circumstances. Thank God, I should not say anything, but it was not COVID, but still it was a huge blow to the industry.
And you won't believe, Jagnoor, I got a lot of calls from internationally from people who are not Indians, and they know about Irfan Khan, and they said it's hard to believe that someone with that stature and personality, and he worked across. I mean, he worked in Bollywood, he worked in Hollywood, and he's a known name, and he passed away just like that.
Absolutely, he was not a national figure. He was. So he was in a lot of movies like Jurassic Park, and he did a lot of Hollywood projects and a lot of good stuff. So he didn't have fan base in India. It was worldwide, I think.
Yeah. And we get back to movies. Do you see?
Just a minute, your voice is. Yeah.
So do you see a lot of movies which are lined up for release? I mean, how do we
Uncle, I can't hear you. I can't.
Can you rejoin again? Sometimes there's the problem. If you can rejoin again, you will have a voice too. Yeah. Yes, Rakesh ji.
I was just thinking about Amitabh Bachchan doing this Gulabo something, Gulabo Sitabo something in Netflix directly. He hasn't released it in cinemas, so I think that's a smart move. I think that I've always had a lot of respect for Amitabh Bachchan, and I think that was a smart move. If the theaters are shut down, get into streaming. And I think that's the way to go, because and I'm amazed that somebody of his age is so comfortable with a new medium. He's happy to go straight into that, and while a lot of younger stars are still getting used to it. That was my 2 pennies worth. Not much.
Is one of the actors who started with black and white, and he's now doing the streaming, and he's now on the OTT platform, and he covers the different eras of the entertainment industry, and mostly the technology driven, because he's very active on Twitter and all those platforms as well. So hats off to Amitabh Bachchan. But let's get back to Jagnoor. So Jagnoor, so we were discussing about the movies. So there are a lot of movies lined up, and you know that when you talk about movies, it's not just about entertainment. There's a lot of money involved, and it's a big industry in Bollywood. But people around the world, they are not aware about how big is the Bollywood industry. So how those producers and those big production houses will cope up within that time frame, because we are always seeing that they have to manage their movie release within a week's time so that everyone will get the share of the screen. So how that will shape up now in future?
COVID-19 has given such a blow to the industry, Ankit, that coping up with this, and having so much of there's so many projects lined up, and they're casting for so many things, and everything just got on hold. But on the other hand, the good thing was that there were a lot of releases which were already there, and the movies were ready. So of course they are bearing a lot of losses, but now the good thing is that they are releasing them on OTT platforms, something on Netflix, something on Amazon Prime. So that's the good thing that is happening. But as far as Bollywood is concerned, there are a lot of things, and they are saying they will be practicing a lot of social distancing, but we know our sets are so huge. We have those artists and dancers and songs, and we have such elaborate things happening, and so maintaining that kind of thing. So I think it's quite a lot of problem in this crisis. But yes, eventually what we just hope is to get a vaccine very soon, and just get over with it now.
Great. And Jagnoor, I'll tell you, I mean, on our IBM TV, there are a lot of people from Hollywood join us, and especially Hollywood producers, and we were discussing about how big is Bollywood. So if you can convey to our viewers around the world how big is Bollywood industry, and what are the scope if someone wants to work in Bollywood from a different country?
Bollywood has a lot of scope, and I don't think Bollywood is a very small industry, because I think, I see Bollywood fans across the globe. I have traveled extensively. I've been to the US and I've been to UK, Europe, and wherever I go, there's somebody or the other who has this craze for Bollywood. So, all those dhumkas and dancing and all those Shah Rukh Khan styles, it's all popular all over the world. So, I think Bollywood really doesn't need that kind of introduction. But yes, there's a lot of scope in Bollywood, and if you have some good pronunciation skills, diction skills, communications, and if you're an overall package, whether it's your looks, whether it's your physical appearances, and it's the way you talk, and the way, if you understand the language very well, then Bollywood welcomes you with an open arm.
I think that's any entertainment industry, right? You have to have that character. It's not just talent; it's that character, a little bit of an attitude. Not. I'm not talking about arrogance, but that ability to carry that character and make it engaging. I think you're absolutely right. Wow. So you got quite an interesting part of the industry. So share some of the exciting moments that you have been dealing with.
So, my last show that I did a show with Amazon Prime with a Bollywood actress, Shilpa Shetty. She was hosting it. So it was a very different show that we had. It has a lot of international versions also. So it was called Love Me, Hear Me. So it was a blind dating show, and we had a GoPro right here. So the girl could not see our face, but she could do what we had prepared for her the whole day. So we were three boys preparing three different dates, and at the end of the day, she had to choose which guy was actually the best one, the best date that the guys had prepared for the girl. So the concept was really nice. The concept was really new, and it was so fun to shoot for it. So in one of the dates, I had actually created my classes where I was training models. So we created the whole scene, and we had models walking, and I was actually talking to the girl I was virtually dating. So she was seeing the whole class happening, the models walking, but the thing she could not see was my face. So so that was a very nice experience.
Awkward. It's kind of like the TV show in a way, The Voice, right? You just hear the person's voice and their talent, but you don't see them. So your judgment is purely on their talent or their character. It's not about just their physique or anything. That would be awkward though, because sometimes you judge a person by the expressions on their faces, right? Their smile. But what a unique concept, right? So that's very, very unique.
So I see so many people saying that a person should be good from inside, and but what I feel actually is that anybody who says this is absolutely right. A person should be good from within, but when you see a person, actually you always judge a book by its cover. So there's always a first impression that you create when you see a person. So I think,
if I add on that, how important is your first impression in the Bollywood industry and the first perception? Because first impression is, I think, very important in the industry when you want to do some work in Bollywood or in entertainment industry. Where do you think, a person should work? Because you are a trainer as well. So what is that important, and how one should, showcase themselves whenever they are going out for auditions or things like that?
So it's not just with the Bollywood industry. I think it's all over the world. You have to give auditions. You have to do justice to a character you're auditioning for. So if you get into the skin of that, you're able to portray it well. Or sometimes, on the other hand, on the contrary, if your face and your style matches to the character that the director is looking for, so that is a really plus for you. So if the director really likes you, he can actually give you some acting classes for a month or two and can hire you for a project. So sometimes I think it's your luck also, and sometimes I think it's your talent also. So if you're talent and luck fall at the right place on the right time, then you're a star overnight. Otherwise, I think it might just take some years also to be something in Bollywood.
No, I agree. I mean, it takes a lot of talent just to be in front of a camera. I want to tell you what, that was something that I never really wanted to do and never thought I would do because I was an engineer my whole life. And when I met the producer of Money Masters TV show at a hackathon, I told him, "You will never see me on that side of the camera ever. I am very happy helping and doing back here. I hired my own PR for my company because I didn't like that. But it was a new journey to do the TV show with him. He lured me with interviewing some of the world's most famous people who became millionaires from being an engineer. So it was interesting to me. And so I got in front of the camera just to be able to talk to these people. That's why I did it. And I found out it's not so bad. You just have to kind of find that right fit. That I did a lot of research because I wanted to be better in front of the camera because it's a lot of work. It's not always 100% natural, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. I think it's not natural. It has a lot of work. You have to really work hard for it. But sometimes, if it's natural, it's naturally coming to you. You're lucky. You're actually in for something really good.
Right.
So that's the best part. But I think a thing that really waits in the Bollywood, or you would say the television industry in India is, you should have the right kind of contacts. If you have the right kind of socializing network and the right kind of people, then sometimes maybe it's your destiny that helps you more than your talent.
Yeah, no, and I think that it's a combination because some days you could be a natural at it, but you're just not having a good day, and you got to find that character to pull out and do what you have to do in front of a camera. People don't realize that as natural as it may come for some people, there are days that it's not natural, and you've got to be somebody that you're not, and that's work. That's a lot of work to make it look natural. And I commend you for that because what you're doing is bringing us entertainment so that we can shut down and feel like we're somewhere else. And I think that's beautiful that you can do that. And
thank you.
Bring us the attire it takes to make it all look so beautiful and wonderful. I mean, that's work too, right? So you're in fashion.
Yes, so I have a modeling agency also, and it's not just actors. We have a lot of models also, which we train, and we tell them about ramp walk. We tell them how to walk on ramp, how to pose on ramp, and all stuff like that. And trust me, it's so crazy because there's so many youth who's actually wanting to get into modeling, try to be a face here. And training them is so much of fun actually sometimes. So we train them in a lot of things like wardrobe management, the way you walk, and it's a task for girls to walk in big heels. So we teach them all of that, and basic makeup techniques and acting techniques and camera facing, and just random confidence, how to strike a conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Posture, body language, everything from the way you talk to the way you stand to the way you eat your food. So it's everything that we teach them here.
It's funny you say that because when I did decide that I'm going to do some TV shows and I went to do some understudies with some really good directors, the first thing they told me is you're one of the most smartest, most beautiful woman I've ever met, and you look like crap in front of the camera. Whoa, gut hit, And I go, well, and they were really, he was coming down on me. My staff was like ready to kill him. And I'm like, no, I need to hear this. He says, I look like crap. None of you told me that, And so I asked him, how do I fix that? So he gave me his 24-hour crunch because we were at a conference in Vegas, right? And the next time I saw him, I actually did some work for him because I am smart. I am technically smart, and he needed somebody to do the interviews for him. Apparently his host didn't come that day. So, but he taught me the right things. Make sure you always have a jacket, because a jacket always pulls you together. Always make sure you are production ready, right? When you walk out the door,
Yeah.
don't ever not be production ready. When you walk out that door, always be production ready, because you never know when a camera is going to be in your face. And then he taught me the right way to sit in front of a camera, which I didn't know there was a right way or wrong way. But he told me, he goes, normally you're in front of 3 cameras, right? I said, yeah. He goes, find out what angles each one of them are there for. One's always for your guest. One's always, and then, to sit a certain way, point my knee at the camera. That's going to be
Yeah.
he was telling me all this, and I'm writing notes, and I go, and I go, wow, some people make all of this look so natural, right? And he goes, well, it comes with practice, right? That after a while, but he said, go look. He says, as much as you don't want to do this, go look at your post work and work at making it so people don't have to do edits. Make it so that you're aimed right. Make it so that you're talking right, and your eyes are looking. And it's hard to do. That's discipline.
Yeah.
That is, your eyes will burn out sometimes, like, because you're staring at the right camera. And people don't know, sometimes you're staring at a camera and it's meant to make you look like you're staring at that person, but you're not.
Yeah.
Same thing with models, right? Something that I've learned to respect about models is they got to get all of this pulled together and packaged right, and then they got to go live. And their moment of fame is 1 to 2 minutes on that stage, right? And they got to sell this in less than a minute. They got to sell everything. And all of this is the way you look into the audience, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
I think that's
you work
absolutely right.
And the smile on your face, or your eyes are 100% the sell of whatever that outfit is. This is something I've learned, and it's not easy to do. So people respect it. It's hard to come up with the designs, the fashion designs that are going to trend every year. And, and it's hard to maintain that look, right? You have to maintain the body. You have to maintain the physique. It's, people don't understand what people put into it. Is you need to respect it a lot more than what we do. How has it impacted your industry? I'm sure it slowed you down some. Are you coming up with some new ways of getting your designs and fashions and ideas out there, like maybe some online fashion shows?
So yes, so we are having a lot of virtual fashion shows these days on all social media platforms. That's what the designers are doing. But besides that, we are having a lot of online contests. So people who are actually wanting to get into modeling and stuff like that. There's a lot of modeling online contests which are happening, and these days in India, there's a lot of controversy going on between which platform is better, because everybody's home these days. So there's, on one side there's YouTube, and on the other side people are talking about TikTok. So they're like, which has more content, which is more informative, which has more viewers? So that's the debate which is actually going on in India these days. And there's a lot of roasting going on YouTube, and then there are some TikTokers doing that roasting. So there's a lot of things happening all around here.
So there is, and it becomes oversaturated. It becomes more noise than it is information, right? Because you don't know what is real or what isn't. And that's the reason why we wanted to start IBM.TV, is to help filter out that noise, right? Bring the real content, bring the real news, the real information to the world. Because we felt like the name IBM, but we call it International Broadcasting Media, or IB Mental. I'm just kidding. But we wanted to bring smart TV. We wanted to filter out the noise, because YouTube is just way oversaturated. And now it's even more oversaturated. So how do we sort out that content and bring the people the real stuff and what they need? And how do you make it safe and informative and knowledgeable and entertaining all at the same time? So we wanted to do something, and Ankit and I have talked to designers and things like that. We wanted to do something in the fashion industry, because we felt like it was probably the one that was hit and impacted the most, because a lot of your shows were coming up, right? It takes you, explain, how long does it take a fashion industry to prepare even for a fashion show? What does it take?
So I'm a runway director. So I'm also do a lot of runway directions. So putting together a fashion show is like something. It's not an easy task at all, because from your backstage management to your lights to your music and your choreography, and there's to your makeup, your styling, to your hairstyling. There are a lot of things that are on your shoulders while directing a fashion show, and one little glitch in any one of the departments is like a blow to the whole fashion show that you're doing. So you're actually putting in a lot of hard work, a lot of patience in creating a fashion show. And when you do a fashion show, you have to take care of the minutest things, because just if even if a model looks from here to here, it's like so noticeable, because all the eyes are at just one person at that time. So when the music has to fade out, when the music has to go on, when the music has to be on a halt, so they're all things that has to be in our minds on the right time. Anything on the wrong time can just be a disaster when it comes to a fashion show. So so it's really not a piece of cake, but I would say it's a very interesting job to do. So it gives you a kick. It gives you so much of happiness and so much of fulfillment when you actually put across a successful fashion show.
So let's talk about this a little bit, because it probably takes more than a month to prepare for the big event and everything. It's a lot of time, a lot of energy. You got everybody psyched up and everything. But now I think the trends need to change a little bit, right? You probably had prepared for the spring and summer trends, and we kind of missed out on that. But let's talk about, if you were to shift some change in our clothing, right, for new fashion coming out after COVID, right? Because our whole social engagement's changing. They want us to distance. I keep joking, let's get the hoop skirts back out, right? Because the hoop skirt definitely keep you a couple of feet apart. But and again, I'm joking, but how would you change your fashions for re-entry after COVID?
I think there's going to be a lot of, first of all, I think the fashion industry is down for the next 1 year, because everybody's planning not to get out of their houses, especially for social meetings. So, nobody's planning to go on buying designer clothes unless it's somebody's marriage they're wanting to wear it on. But, there's going to be a lot of changes in the fashion when COVID is actually over. In fact, I was seeing a picture day before, there was a fashion show, there was a fashion shoot going on, and both the models were covered with, a sheet of paper which was transparent. So it was like 2020 photo shoots be like. So I was like, oh my God, this is so hilarious. So,
some humor, right?
Yeah. So it was really funny, but I think there's going to be a lot of change in fashion, and it's not just going to happen; it's actually happening. So there are a lot of designers who started designing designer masks. So if you're wearing an Indian traditional suit, you have a matching mask along with it. So it's like a part of your outfit that you're wearing.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, definitely, yeah, the mask, but there's got to be more, right? We got to have outer clothing that we can wear that would protect us a little bit more. Maybe different kinds of layers, so that when we get somewhere, we take off the outer clothing. I joke with everyone that we're going to go to the Darth Vader suit, right? because it's definitely right. You got the breathing, you got the head protection, you got outer clothes, or stormtrooper, right? A little sexier, right? A little sexier than Darth Vader, anyway. But that we're going to have to go to something, right? Science fiction kind of, I think, wrote what was going to happen to us in the future. We're not going to be able to breathe our own air, I think is what they were thinking. But in all actuality, all of this was to prevent viruses. I think if we look back in history at the fashions, they might have been designed to protect women from getting contagious diseases, more so than protecting them for religion. And maybe religion wrote it so that it would be easier for them to accept dressing certain ways, right? Perhaps the veils and the outer clothing were really designed to protect them from various diseases, as opposed to just protecting them in a religious way. When I look back at history, I also look at the hoop skirts and the bigger skirts that came out, and everyone said, well, that was meant to make our tummies look smaller, right? To make us look thinner. Yeah, but also, if you think about it, back then, a lot of diseases were spreading, right? So
Yeah.
maybe,
I think whatever you're talking about now is just gonna come back again. I think it's all back again. Whether it's about layering your clothes, and if you're wearing an outfit, then there's a proper layering that you're wearing over it, and when you get to your occasion, you actually take it off.
exactly.
And probably those headgears, the different kind of headgears you could be wearing, just to just to protect your hair, maybe, and maybe some hand pieces to wear along with your outfit. So there's going to be a drastic change in the way people are going to look at fashion now.
Well, because women many years ago, the Southerners especially, would wear gloves. And a lot of people thought it was a fashion statement. And it was. I mean, if you could afford all that clothing and material, that was a status thing. But it was also to protect them. See, a lot of people don't realize it, but they were wearing the gloves to protect themselves from other diseases so that they didn't touch things that were dirty, right? And the white gloves were there for a purpose as well. They were not supposed to get their hands dirty. So, I think if we really look at the trends, back in the day, they were intended more to protect the people than it was but they made it the trend. They made it a religion. They made it easier for women to accept to wear things certain ways. I think the veils were truly intended to protect people from diseases, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that these practices might have to come back, and we make them look attractive, right? A veil definitely doesn't protect you like a mask, but maybe underneath the veil there is something that fits a little bit better, that's not as constricting but just as protective. So there's so many things that you can do with trends and fashion now that, like you said, protect the hair. People don't realize our hair can get COVID. Our hair, it can get on us in our hair. And then, so now we have to probably wash our hair a lot more. But a helmet's looking more and more attractive to me.
Absolutely, yes. I think that's one thing that's really attractive when you look at someone.
Yeah, a helmet's looking very attractive to me because it's protecting my hair, it's protecting my face, things like that. The stormtrooper suits were actually kind of sexy if you go look at them, right? So.
Yeah.
But nothing could get through them, right? They were intended for you to go in outer space with. But building our immunity. So some of the things that have changed in your life, have you done more exercising now that you've been locked down a little bit more, or what are you doing?
I really don't want to do what everybody is doing. So I open my social media, and two things that I definitely see on my social media: all boys and girls working out in their houses. And the second thing I do is, on the contrary, I would say they're cooking a lot of delicious things.
Oh, yeah.
So on the other hand, they're working it out, and on the other hand, they're just gaining a lot of calories. So no, I'm not actually working out, but the household chores are so much that actually it becomes equivalent to a workout.
You get more exercise. This is what the doctors who have been on our show a lot, which I have been so thankful for them, because they're some of them definitely world renowned. All of them definitely impacted by the COVID and giving us some good advice. But most of it was just because you're locked at home doesn't mean you stay inside. You need to get outside. You need to get fresh air. You need to get the sun on you, because that makes you happy. But the fresh air is good for you. And from what I've heard, the air has definitely cleaned up there. It's definitely cleaned up here because people are not driving as much. We're not doing as many things that to pollute the air. But people are cooking more, aren't they? Wow. It's we call it the COVID-19 for a reason, right? You put on 19 pounds of So so you might want to join us on Sunday. We have Dr. Yu, who is doing the COVID-19 challenge. We're going to make you lose the COVID-19, and that's the night. And so we do hot yoga, right? We do hot yoga every Sunday, but we air it all through the week, right? And what's interesting is what I love about him is he's so honest. It's like he hasn't done this in a while, and he's struggling too. So he's kind of laughing. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while, so it's going to be difficult for me. I don't expect you to do all the moves I can do, but don't expect me to do all the moves we're supposed to do. And it's fine because he struggles at it too, right? He's not perfect, and makes me feel better, right? That he can't.
So I'm definitely gonna tune in on Sunday then, and so Kimberly, which part of the world are you in? I'm sorry.
The USA.
USA.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of news. What is actually happening in the US?
We're a big joke. First off, don't follow our footprint, right? As you can see, our infectious rates increase. Our deaths went way above the whole world combined. If you really take a look at the numbers, we don't know what we're doing. We are angry, self-entitled people here. And I closed down 2 weeks early thanks to the global board we have, right? And I was listening. Oh my gosh, this is bad, right? I kept waiting for our president to do something, and he was lining his own pocket and preparing to do things and shut down at a certain time so he didn't look bad. So his delays cost us many lives. So yeah, we're not very smart over here. We're supposed to be re-enter, what I call re-enter, but I'm sitting back and waiting to see what happens to the rest of the world when they re-enter, because we're still seeing a climb in infections and a climb in deaths. But how do you feel?
It's increasing, or there's a little bend in the curve?
We don't have a bend in the curve. We haven't. You want to see it? Here, let's see if I can pull it up. Usually Ankit is.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'll show you. We've had definitely no change. Let me reset this is the. Do you want to see the U.S. compared to the rest of the world, or just the U.S.? Let's see if I can pull it up and show you. Here we go. Let's just look at the U.S. I was looking at the United Kingdom just a minute ago because sometimes they don't pull their stats up equal to the world. But if you look at the United States, we're over 1.5 million.
Wow.
92,000 deaths. And our curve, if you take a look at our curve, which I don't know how honest it is because we're not testing everybody. So we don't know if people died, if it was really due to, well, they took our curve down. We used to have a status curve. I guess they took it down because it looked really bad. But let me
15 lakh is a lot of cases. That's a lot.
Look at New York, just by itself, New York, right? So let's take a look at the world stats.
These are those cases which are reported actually. So there are a lot of cases which are not reported. So you can see the figure.
Yeah.
You can imagine the figure. And
so if we were to take a look at the world of, let me pull this up. I'll stop this screen and pull up the whole world. It's disappointing. I would have expected more out of our country. Other countries took earlier precautions, and by doing so, they prevented a lot of deaths. I think testing is very important if you're going to do re-entry. Testing will do two things. It gives you early detection, right? So if you test every day, you can get early detection. What I'm talking about is testing every day. Early detection, so that you can do early treatments and isolation. You can quickly isolate the problem. Ankit and I know this for a fact. Wholesale, the test kits, the dual test kits, rapid test kits, cost about $10 for a pack of 30. So a person can test themselves every day for a month for $30 or $10, right? So that's not so bad. You're able to test yourself. Everyone says, well, by the time you test it, you can get infected in 5 minutes. Yeah, but you're testing tomorrow. You'll know tomorrow. But
Yeah.
problem with corona that nobody really understood is you could have it, be infected for 14 days and not have any symptoms, right? And you can
Absolutely.
and you're infectious, you're contagious the day you become infected. So the problem is the United States wasn't listening to the WHO or CDC. They were listening to the president, who kept saying, "Oh, it's just like the flu. More people die of the flu. It's not going to hit us bad. It's not going to contain. If it comes to us, we'll have it under control." And so this is the world. The world is right at almost 5 million.
So heartbreaking it is.
Right? So 5 million is the world. So if you look at the world, the US versus the whole world, right? The whole world's at 5 million and the US carries almost at 1.5. New cases yesterday, this is yesterday, new cases 4,839. And new deaths yesterday were 217, which doesn't sound like a lot for the whole United States.
Kim, I think this is for today's. This looks like today's data because it says new, and then I think they started with GMT 000.
Oh,
So
this
I
is
think
yesterday's data. Hold on just a second. It's not giving it. Oh, because we're not at, what time is it? Oh, they update at noon.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
yesterday's. So this is yesterday's data. So this is the problem with the data. One, the test that when they first started reporting this, the data was 10 days late.
Yeah.
So it was 10 days ago data because of the testing, right? So that's a little more current. We're able to do the testing a little bit faster, but we're still 10 days behind. So if you look at this data, we're actually 10 days behind. But this is yesterday's. They upload every day at noon. But if you notice, not every country is reporting.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Doses, but they will update occasionally. Like you'll see, maybe Spain will update Wednesday. The UK, I sometimes go out just to the UK by themselves and pull their data. So not everybody's reporting daily like they should. Germany saw an increase, but if you take a look at a per million, is kind of gives you an idea of the damage that is done on a per capita basis, right? So if you go over here and you take a look at the deaths per million, actually Spain had a higher ratio on a per capita basis. So, but still the United States on a 1-to-1 basis, if you were counting political votes 1-to-1 basis, the United States still is in the lead. And this is not something you want to be in the lead in. This is not something you want to be proud of. One of the things that's disturbing to me is they are making the Americans feel good about this by saying, well, we predicted it could have been worse. And I'm like, is that smart? Yeah, thank you for laughing at that. Right? That's a joke, right? That's what I asked. That's a joke, right? So they downplay the deaths. And I don't think you should downplay the deaths. These deaths should not have happened. And one of the things I love about David K. Johnston, who is a Pulitzer Prize author and a tax expert, but he's also a numbers expert, is he says that he blames the president for every death after a certain amount. So he has a value point. And it's not that those people didn't matter. He just said that if we had taken action sooner, none of these deaths would have happened. But this is what I tell people: if you are early detected, you can be early treated, and that will prevent what? Probably hospitalization. The reason why people are going to the hospital is by the time they're aware they have it, the damage is already done. So by the time you get a symptom, the damage is already done. And I'll share with you, you might not know what this is, and you might, but do you know what these are?
Not really.
Okay, so they're very sharp sweet gum balls that grow here in the United States. They hurt they're very, very sharp. To touch them, it's like a bunch of thorns, right? From a rose bush. Each of these spikes are like a thorn. And I can hold them because I know how to hold them. I don't press. But that's what corona is like. But you got thousands of them, and they go into your body and they tear your lungs to look like a honeycomb. Yeah, so there's thousands of these that go in to your lungs, and then they tear your lungs like a honeycomb. And that's not what they're not being transparent about this, right? That the damage could be permanent. But think about this: you got it, and it's in there tearing at your lungs for 14 days before you get a symptom. So how much damage do you think is done by then?
True.
So
Absolutely.
Moreover, we don't have a study that what will happen post-COVID if someone will be free from COVID and they tested negative. But there will be a situation where they will have some kind of issue in later part of their life. Maybe something happened because the study is still not completed. And a lot of people are also facing disinfection difficulties. Living their day-to-day life because they are not suffering from COVID now, but they are suffering from something else. Because COVID is still in your body, they just deactivate it sometime, or sometime it just goes out, whatever it is. But it's still there. So now we have to still try to how to live with COVID. That is what our learning should be. Because once we have a vaccine, we will be more secure and we will be more stress-free. But we need to know how to live with COVID. That's more important now.
Well, and the thing is just because you get a vaccine doesn't mean this won't happen again. I feel like there are more coronaviruses. The coronavirus has been around since it was identified in 1964 under microscope. Generally found in the birds, right, and animals. And I think it was a bird and a pig that the scientists discovered this in. The first boy it was discovered in was not long after 1964. It was discovered in a young boy. And I think he was struggling like pneumonia-like symptoms, but he wasn't being they couldn't find pneumonia in him. So she went and tested it and found that he actually had corona in his lungs. So they have known for a very, very long time that this coronavirus existed. And it creeps out occasionally, like Mars and SARS was actually corona. So the permanent damage that it causes, they've not been transparent to the people. Think about that being inside you, tearing you up for 14 days before you even get to treat it. That's why so many people died. It had nothing to do with the corona itself, okay, according to the doctor.
So what I want to know is the corona self-testing kit that you're talking about. So, does it detect the virus before 14 days or it detects after the symptoms start coming out?
So it's 85% accurate, but if you do it every day, certainly you'll catch it. But it tests the embodies inside of you. So it's going to identify whether you have COVID or had it.
All right.
So those are the two things you want to know. Did you have it? One of the tests now can determine whether you've had it for at least 10 days. It will know that it will tell you that you've had it past 10 days. So the thing though is to do it every day, right? Get in a habit, just like you would for diabetes, and test your embodies. And then you will know. So, but the key is to know more instantly. Maybe it tests wrong the first day or the second day, but by the third day, it might catch it. But then you take what they call the PCR test, which is more accurate, right? And then they start treatments. And the treatments then are more symptomatic treatments. And they get you through it. Now you have it, and you have hopefully you are defensive to it in the future. And can become a plasma donor to help other people get past it, because they know that plasma from recovered patients have helped other patients get through it. But the key behind this is early detection for early isolation, but also early treatment. But yeah, $30. I mean, not $30, $10 for the test kit. I'm sure it costs money because you have to send it into the labs, but certainly it's cheaper than what they're doing now to send stimulus.
I think the practical ways to prevent it from the virus, and then try to boost your immunity. And if you want to go for a testing, maybe you can do it bi-weekly, because it's not possible for everyone to do a test every day and then send those kids to the lab so that they can test it. But I think if we can work on our immunity, and try to take all the right precautions and try to avoid the physical touch and all those things. I mean, whatever ways we can do, and try to go out.
I think we should also have kits like that in India, because we also really need kits like that over here. and I think that's a very beneficial thing for everybody. So $30, and if you're getting it tested for almost 30 days, I think it's quite fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And the
Yeah.
president of the United States is doing it. He's not expecting us to do it. In fact, he's not asking it. I mean, he's not suggesting it. But so he's not one of those leaders that does things for his people. He does things for himself. I'm a leader, so I deserve this. But he's testing every day. Every day.
And
but
that's the right way. You should need to take all the precautions, because if the right precautions are not taken.
I agree.
And
but
I'll tell you one more thing. Once we have the vaccine out, it's difficult to vaccinate for 7 billion people around the world in one go. So we need to wait years and years so that once you get the vaccination done. So prevention is the best option. You can't do testing for next 5 years. I mean, you might be doing it for next 3 months, 4 months, maybe 6 months. But after that, you will also stop doing it, or maybe you change the cycle of testing. But if you prevent yourself well, and if you try to follow the right ways and right precautions, and try to live with COVID, and most importantly, eat healthy and try to boost your immunity. If you have good immunity, I mean, I think Corona won't be able to get in your body.
Like Ankit said, even if we right now just tested twice a week just to re-enter so we can go to work. And then that prevents them from, like in our country, having to spend 2.2 trillion doing stimuluses and saving companies. They could have done that from the very beginning. And granted, people go, well, there weren't any test kits, and there were. You just have to manufacture them faster. So what you do is I hate saying this, but not quite eminent domaining, but you demand the makers and the manufacturers that they will be producing more, right? You give them the resources to produce more so that you can do what? Do more testing. And there's our Dr. Yu. Hello, Dr. Yu.
I'm just checking in real quick. I got another Zoom call at 9. I'm going to learn how to do LinkedIn marketing. So, but
LinkedIn marketing. It's oversaturated right now, but hey, so I'm glad you came on, because I shared with Jagnor your hot yoga class that we did to help lose the COVID-19, and he's going to join.
Yeah, maybe you could just show the recording. It's tough talking and doing.
You did well, but what was encouraging about it is you were honest. You said, I haven't done this in a long time, and you were honest about it, but it made me encourage me. Hey, if he can
our sound got cut off.
Right. But you were honest about everything. And I appreciated that. It made me feel better about myself because you were doing it, and you haven't done it in a long time. So no, he said he's going to join us. So absolutely. Yeah. We'll get a fan base going, and we're going to lose the COVID-19. That's our idea. Lose the COVID-19. So what brings you to us today? You got okay. Sometimes technical difficulties, folks, but we learn to beam in and out, as Nick calls it. Beaming in. We're like, Star Trek, beam in and out. My executive producer likes to pretend like we're beaming in and out. But anyway, so yeah, Dr. Yu is a stem cell research and chiropractor, and we actually got to see a live procedure of stem cell treatments on our show the other day. It was really cool.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I expected it to be kind of gross, but it wasn't. It was very, very cool. Because I had no idea.
All right, my next question to you all is, what do you think the next big question? When is a vaccine going to come in the market? Because it's just getting on my nerves, and I think it's getting on almost everybody's nerve to be locked down in the house, and we so badly all want to get out. So what do you think? People are saying somebody's got a breakthrough in this vaccine, somebody's got a breakthrough in that vaccine, but there's nothing concrete coming out as to, is there actually a vaccine? I know there are a lot of vaccines in process, but do we actually have something concrete?
No, can
That's
I ask
$1 million question? That's $1 million question, Jagnur. No one knows when it comes to come. But finger crossed, I think we can see a vaccine sometime in December or early 2021. But before it comes here.
Because the COVID has.
I'm just relying on the sources of what's going on.
The sources say, but let me tell you, every time you hear the media say there's a guy coming up with a vaccine, do you watch and listen? Do you turn it on and go, oh? Okay, that's all you're getting is the media is getting your attention. That's all they want to do. That's why, you know, we listen to our doctors who come and share with us. David, hi, Ben David. The media does that to get your attention, to make you think hope. But to be honest with you, by the time when you first off, you got to figure out the strains of viruses you got, and then you got to test it, and then you got to test it in animals because you know, even though that doesn't sound humane, it's less humane to test it in humans. So they're going to have to test it, and it's a long process. It's not.
I think they will play with the mind as well. What they will do is that they will launch a vaccine which would not be a coronavirus vaccine, but would be a vaccine which boosts your immunity. And that vaccine will also work because if you boost your immunity not with healthy food, but with the vaccine, that will also cause a. I mean, you can save yourself as well. But before we don't have a vaccine, we have something to share. This is what we offer to our viewers.
That's right.
This is a vaccine.
That's your vaccine.
Yeah.
Stay home.
That's your vaccine.
That's the vaccine. Yeah. The time we don't have anything.
Distancing, good practices, build your immunity. Everything the doctors have been sharing with us, build your immunity. Stem cell research is showing some great ways to for preventive, as opposed to a vaccine, which we say is preventive, but it's full of junk. Because vaccines are nothing but pharmaceuticals making more money.
Yeah.
And we just want to be careful about this, but there's nothing wrong with building our immunity, taking supplements that build our immunity, that make us healthier, doing the right exercises. They've proven that the sunshine does kind of deter the COVID. There you go, B12. You know,
we have our old golden recipe Chawanprash that is good for this kind of
Chawanprash. Oh God.
Yeah, the black
all
dog.
the variants, I mean.
But yeah, he you know, I'm going to have to get a jar of it, pickles. But let me explain something to you. All the doctors have been talking about this since day one on our show, which I've been very proud of because we've been more transparent than the media about what's really happening. And they talked about building your immunity. But what was interesting to me is how Dr. Yu kept saying, get in the sunshine because the sunshine actually kills the COVID, corona. But then Dr. Art came on, and do you know how he's sanitizing his non-reusable PPE equipment? You know, the mask and stuff that they have to wear because they're not getting new ones. Do you know how he sanitizes?
UV lights?
No, he puts it in the sun in his dashboard.
Yeah.
He puts all of his PPE equipment in the sun and lets the sun kill the corona. So that, to me, was a big statement of the more sunshine we get, the better. And I don't think it's the warmer weather, but the more sunshine we get, because it is a host virus that likes a hot body. So, you know, when they kept saying that the heat's going to kill it, I'm like, no, I don't think so, because it likes my body, right? It's getting in my body's 102. So, you know, exactly what kind of heat are we talking about? We can't live in that kind of heat. So, but Dr. Yu and Dr. Art and a couple of other doctors, they solidified it's the sun and the vitamin D that helps our bodies recover from it. So, just, you know, do the healthy things. It's not going to kill you, I don't think. Healthy things shouldn't kill you.
So on that note, I think I'm going to make a move now. And it was really lovely talking to all of you. Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Kimberly. And it was nice seeing you, Dr. Ben. And I hope to see you guys soon, very soon.
Before you go, I just wanted to share something. So this could be a fashion for future.
Yeah, me and Kimberly actually discussed about this.
Yes, we did. We discussed how the mask matched the suit.
And also, I'll tell you, you might have seen David on Doom 3. He was there on the Doom 3 movie.
Which one?
He was in the Doom 3 movie.
I was in Doom 3.
Hi. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see the movie again then.
Yeah. And let's support each other. And you know what? Let's get a fashion show online on IBM TV. Get your fashions out here.
Absolutely, we can plan a virtual fashion show on IBM TV, and it's gonna be great. So with this, thank you everybody. It was really nice talking to all of you, and thank you for having me over. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Wow.
Bye.
So what a visit. from a fashion, the fashion,
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely.
He's a fashion designer. You always need those for movie sets too,
Well,
right?
wonderful. One of my projects was supporting a fashion artist that's done very well. She
Right.
is currently selling her product in Los Angeles and in New York City, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I'll have her on at one of these days.
Absolutely. Ankit and I have been trying to come up with an idea of how can we do a fashion show on IBM TV, and maybe we could just get a group of people who consistently bring new artists, right? New fashion
Sure,
artists.
sure.
It could be a once a week introduction. This is fashion show XYZ. Um,
Sure. Well, this
yeah, it's just doing it.
it's doable. It's doable, Kimberly. What I did with Asta Rasma is her last name. What I did with her is we did a fashion quote unquote show online where I was able to, or she was able to show her graphics or designs online and talk about the fashions as well. So it's really cool. Actually, it's doable. If it's doable, we can do it certainly.
So, and that's one of the things I like about you is that you're not just the art world or movies. You are all of the arts combined, and you help support the art industry. But you know, the viewers don't know who you are, Ankit and I do. So what we're going to do is put you on the spotlight and let you share with the world who you are, what you do, where you are, location wise, and what's happening. And you know, world, well, we'd like to introduce to you Ben David Garza.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much, and thank you for the invite, Kimberly and Kit. This is quite an honor for me to be on your show. So let me just tell you quickly who I am and what I do and where I'm at as well. My name is Ben David Garza. I am originally from Chicago, actually. I grew up and was raised in Chicago, and what I'm currently at, I am now in Mexico. What I decided to do last year is take some time off from my work as a clinical researcher in Chicago. I decided to take some time off and travel and just kind of sort of just be a free spirit for a couple of years, and then I'll go back to the States. But the reason that I'm here is very simple. What I wanted to share with you is the work that I've been doing beside my work as a clinical researcher. I dabble, as it were, in the arts. What I do is very simply, I train as a researcher, as a psychologist, and I've worked on that field for many years. I did well, but I also have a lot of interest in the arts. So what I did is in Chicago, I started doing some acting projects. I did some projects also in Miami, Florida. I did some projects here in Mexico years ago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, et cetera, et cetera. So that kept me busy. So what I decided to do a couple of years ago, this may have been maybe 5 or 6 years ago now, actually, what I did along with another business partner is we created our own company, if you will. The company is called Next NXT Level Productions. What we do is very simple. We raise money for up and coming artists to do their art. Now, art, as you mentioned earlier, it's the gamut. You can have art as in music, you can have art as in film, art as in writing, art as in exhibition. So art is art. What we do is we fund the starving, if you will, starving artists to do their art. Now, how does that work? Very simply, so what we do is we interview an artist, a starving artist, and they present us with their project. Now, the project could be, let's just say, a play. So the artist comes in with a play. I've written a play, Ben. Tell me, what do you think about it? Are you able to fund it, et cetera, et cetera? We look at the project. We determine whether, number one, it's doable. And number three, is this artist, the starving artist, is he or she serious about the art that they will follow through? So if we decide that yes, it's doable, then we go ahead and raise the funds and we make it happen. We are the production company. Now that also goes well with the writer. That also goes well with the actor and also a film as well. The projects that we've done thus far, and I'm proud to say, is that we've funded 2 theatrical productions in Chicago, one in Chicago and the other one in Oakland, California. We also funded 2 art exhibitions. We funded 1, 2, 3 short film narrative films. We have also funded 1, 2, 3. I believe that by now it's going to be around 5 video clips. I am currently in Mexico. What I've discovered here in this country is a lot of talented people with no money or little money to be able to do their projects. So hence, that's where we come in. We interview the artist. Why haven't you done your music? Why haven't you done your video? Why haven't you done your movie, et cetera, et cetera? And it's always been, we have no money. So what we do is we raise the money and make it happen. And it's a very satisfying, it's just a wonderful feeling. Kimberly and Ankit, it's a wonderful feeling when you're able to help this artist to take their art to the next level, hence the name of the company, Next Level Productions. So in a nutshell, that's who I am, that's what I do.
So
that's wonderful. That's wonderful. But I would like to we just know, because while talking to you, I mean, while listening to you, a thought came in my mind. You are in a workplace right now where there are people who work together on different projects. I'm talking about right now where you are going live with us. You are using a co-working space. So can we have a co-working space for artists where artists can come and then they do a lot of production work on
Well,
24/7?
Well, thank you, Ankit, for that question. Yes, in fact,
the problem is that,
I mean, to make it global, I mean, that's ideal.
No, because what I see the problem is that artists they don't have infrastructure at their home. They just try to work on with small tools, whatever tools are available. But if you give them a workspace, and that workplace is only for artists, so they come in the morning, they do their work, and then they leave, and then it works 24/7. And that could be a global platform for people around the world. What do you think?
It's doable. It's doable. The fact is that an artist is an artist. And again, we describe art as whatever the artist can do. Now, one of the issues that we have with that, Ankit, is that we need to interview the artist to make sure, number one, that they're serious about their art. And then secondly, that they will follow through. Now, Ankit and Kimberly, we've had some major successes. We've had some really good products that have come on board. We finished our first feature film last year. And then we've had some major failures as well. The major failures have been, number one, a writer. A writer was not able to produce. There were lots of issues with her, and the fact is that she didn't complete the work that she was going to do, and it was just kind of sort of a loss, if you will, because we had invested money in the work that she was going to do. She was going to do a graphic novel. The graphic novel just never materialized. That's number one. Number two, a musical band that we interviewed. They were very serious about their art, their music. So what we offered is we will take you into the studio. We will pay for the studio, allow us to follow you as you're going through the whole process of your career as musicians. We wanted to end up with an indie documentary, music documentary. These guys, great band out of Chicago. What they ended up doing, 3 guys, they knew each other when they were very young and started making music, and all of a sudden they're really doing well. They're doing well in their music, but they haven't made it to the next level. So that's where we come in. We took them into the studio, and the fact is that was the agreement. Take them into the studio, and they flaked on us. They were not quite ready. So that was a loss. So the answer to your question is it's doable, but we need to make sure that the artist is serious about their art and that they want to do it as a career.
It's like a startup business, okay? And actually, my book, I wrote a book on, it's the first of many called Startup Masters 101, okay? And it's the beginning of what it takes to, because becoming a business, an artist becomes their own business, all right? And it is a startup. I don't care what anyone says. I know because my son's an artist and I know what it takes. I also know a lot of artists, they work day and night. They produce day and night, but they don't know how to market, or they don't have time to market. So there's got to be a combination there, right? So you've got very dedicated ones, and you go, why aren't they making it anywhere? And because it takes a lot of energy, like Ankit and I know, to not just produce the content, but to get out there and market it. So this is my first part of what it takes to become a startup. And I did this book before I went out on tour with Google to speak to minority and Hispanic entrepreneurs, what it takes to become a startup. But it's also what it takes to do anything in life, right? You got to have the passions, you got to have the persistence, you got to have a plan, and you got to be prepared. There's a difference between planning and preparing. So, and then, you know, most important out of all of it is what I tell people: you got to have a dream. I always say dream big, right? Don't dream small, dream big, but you got to get out there and execute with excellence. At the end of the day, if you don't get up and execute, go back to bed and keep dreaming, because you're not going to go anywhere.
Exactly.
So,
well, it's you know, I'll make it a point to look for it. But Kimberly, you're absolutely correct. The artist knows the art, whatever their art may be. They don't know the business part of art. That's where we come in. So, in fact, let me just tell you this quick story. Here in Mexico, we discovered a really good band. They go by the name of Sonoman. So Sonoman is a good band. I heard their music, and what they wanted from us, if you will, after the interview, is we need to take our music to the next level, but we don't know how. We make music, and we play it wherever they allow us to play it, but we are not making music from our money from our music.
Exactly.
So therein lies the problem. There's where we come in. Not only are we going to be able to fund you, to provide you, and in this case, what we ended up doing with this band is we did what they call here in Mexico a video clip or a music video. So now what we've told this musician is you now have your music, you now have a video clip or a music video, you have a portfolio now. Let's take this on to another level where you can just kind of, for lack of a better term, hustle, because it does take hustle. It's not because fame is not going to come look for you. You have to look for it, and you have to know the business, or you have to know somebody who knows the business. So that's where your book comes in, Kimberly.
Exactly. I mean, it's just truly, it was written to actually go on tour and just have something to give people. It wasn't, I need to get it re-edited because I didn't have time to edit out all the spellings. But what I will tell you is that it was so, I didn't realize it was so well written that somebody read it, a very wealthy man that I didn't really know. And he called me up and he goes, "I'm going to order 100 from you. That's the best book I've ever read. It is the reality," because it is the reality.
Wonderful.
It is the blood and guts. It is the blood and guts. It is not nice about what it takes. I don't pave it nice. Okay. You got to get up there. You got to push it hard. Being an entrepreneur in many cases is what causes many divorces. Because you give so much to your business. It takes everything you have.
Sure.
You know, it's like an Italian restaurant, right? You gotta, right? They're there 20. People don't know. People in a restaurant are there 24/7. It is not 1 hour you ate. It is, you know, and this is what I tell people a lot of times too. It is also your startup, your art, your business is that lazy spouse that won't get up off the couch. Right?
Yes.
Make the money. You have to prod them, coach them, push them.
Yes.
They're not going to love you back. You got to love them back a lot. And people don't know that. It is more work than you'll ever know. But at the end of the day, when you're successful, it's there. Now, my book is also not just about me and my experiences. It's about all the people I interviewed on our TV show, Money Masters.
Wonderful.
So, I incorporated their stories in there too, because I always say that other people's experiences are priceless, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, because you don't have to pay for their experiences, they paid for it. Because experiences are very expensive.
Yes.
Experiences can be very, I mean, like you talk about the failures, right? That's expensive. That's investment of time, money, and things like that. And what you learned was a better evaluation technique, probably. You know, look for the people who are really going to get up every day. And Ken and I do this, right? We look for the people. We tell people up front, It's not. We don't tell them the nice story, do we, Ankit?
Yeah.
We tell them that you have to be reliable and on time.
Absolutely. That's important.
That's
That's the key to success. Absolutely, that's the key to success. To be prepared. You know, one of the things that I tell my artists when I interview them and when I work with them is, number one, in order for you to do well or to make a living out of your art, either you have to be the first, whatever you're producing, it has to be different, or you have to be different than anybody else. If you're the first or the best or different, that's the key. That's the key to your success. So it's been an interesting process on this end. So we're really I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this immensely.
If you want a good book for a musician, artist, kind of based on a true story, Carl T. Smith, he's deceased now. I used to proofread some of his books. He's authored a lot of great books. And but this was one that's similar to more like a biography of his, but a lot of flavor put into it. Okay,
wonderful.
Like, you know, that true nonfiction, right? But great story of what it takes to be that unique musician pushing their way through Nashville. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And again, the blood and guts of what it takes. But Carl's a great author. Like, he can spin a story so that you can, if the music doesn't have to be hearing, but you hear it the way he writes, right? So, but he was also a musician.
Wonderful, yeah.
But not as successful as a musician probably as he was an author.
Yeah. Well, you know, Kimberly, one of the things that I've also discovered is when I'm interviewing some of these new artists is that they're expecting to be discovered. And I say discovered in air quotes. No, that doesn't work anymore. No, you got to make it. You need to discover them so they can discover you. You need to make it and knock on the door, as you say. Absolutely.
But I'm going to tell you what, discover is them seeing you. And in order to be seen, you have to get out there. And I will guarantee you, all the people who were, quote unquote, just discovered, showed up to that dinner party that they didn't want to go to, went to an event they didn't want to go to, paid for an event they couldn't afford. Okay. Because they saw it as a means of an investment to get to that level.
Absolutely. So, absolutely. As I was mentioning about one of my artists, she is the one that did that. She just raised some money, ended up in Los Angeles, and she was able to finagle, for lack of a better word, into these parties where she was able to invest money into these high price parties to get her name out there. And sure enough, her name is out there. She's not quite up there yet, but she is working hard at it. And I'm really so proud of her that we got her start. Yes, I can.
And I think the best example for doing all these things is our social media queen of the world. Do you want to guess the name?
The what of the world?
Social media queen.
Social media queen of the world. Everyone knows that she's not an actress and things like that, but she's very popular. She's more popular than the big celebrities around the world.
All right.
We have a bad connection on your end.
Who is it?
So I'll give you a clue. The name starts with Kim.
Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian?
Kardashian.
Yeah.
Kim
Kardashian. And you know how she made it? She made it on her own, basically. She had money.
Yeah.
Oh, she definitely did a lot of self-promoting. What was it? Stevie Orman says self-promoting shamelessly or shamelessly self-promoting, but people don't understand that's the only way you get there.
There's no shame in that. There's no shame in no. You need if you're gonna make it these days, if you will, you need to shamelessly put yourself out there and plug everything that you're doing.
And
see, that's the key.
Be consistent and be reliable and be on time. And that is something I've learned on TV set. That TV show goes on. You better be on time. And I learned that from somebody who was very successful in raising his fan club. And that's what he told me. Same time every week. And he started out with none. and
Yeah,
ended up with like
absolutely.
6 million fans. So, you know, and these are the stories that people need to hear. But, you know, there are different ways too, because this is what I tell people, even people with investors. This is the big question I have for you. Actually, I'm going to shift gears. How are you raising the money?
Sure. Well, what I do is, number one, it's money that I've earned or that we've earned on working on our projects. So
Wow.
that's number one. So we've had some hits. We've had some of our projects have made money. So the investments on the play, for example, the play was very low budget, but we ended up doing really well financially. We made a profit. We paid the actors, we paid everyone, and we made profit. So that money is invested into other projects. Number two is we did the movie, the full feature film called Ghost Box. We had a screening done, and the screening, I kid you not. So what we wanted to do is to show it to the world, if you will. We ended up, I kid you not, Kimberly and I kid, we ended up like almost 500 people showed up in that theater to see that film because we plugged it shamelessly, shamelessly, and we did well. Now, the other parts that again, because I'm not by myself, I do have a business partner. In fact, I have two business partners. What the other part is that what we do is as an actor and as a performer, and this is a hobby, that money goes back into the kitty to be able to support other artists. Now, look at me. I'm short, fat, and bald, but I've done so well as a model. I kid you not. In fact, I feel embarrassed to say this, but I'm going to plug it shamelessly. My agent has sent me out to do some wonderful projects, not only on TV, film, but I also am doing some print work and stage work as well, but print work. Now, print work in Chicago for someone like me has been very easy. My agent, I've had to turn down my agent with some of the requests. So the print projects are, for example, I am the doctor, or I am the scientist, I'm the professor, I am even the terrorist, if you will. Let's not talk about that terrorist, but I did
It's the beard.
well, so I've done well, and those projects pay well. But again, that's money that goes back into the company or into the business. And also, and the fourth part is we've done some fundraising as well. That has not been as successful. Well, another thing that has been successful is that since I work in the healthcare industry, I have friends, doctors, with deep pockets. Now, let me just tell you this quick story and how I raise money that way. Is that as a man of a certain means and a certain age, all of these nurses and doctors and staff are always asking me, buy Girl Scout cookies, buy this, buy that, raffle, etc., etc. Okay. So then I go back. Remember all those Girl Scout cookies I bought throughout the years? Now I need help on on a project that I'm producing. Now, okay, pay up. This is what okay. So Ben David, how much do you need? Okay, well, just whatever you can afford.
Yeah.
So the answer to the question is, how do I raise money? A myriad of ways. Yes.
So, yes, and you know, interesting enough. What do you do? Because an entrepreneur never dabbles in one thing. Like you said, you dabble in many things of art, but you're dabbling in many things in business too. So, you've got medical. And what kind of medical? Do you mind sharing?
Oh no, I don't mind at all. School was very easy to me from the get-go. So what I ended up doing, and I'll just say my background in rest of education. What I ended up doing is after high school, I got a full scholarship to go study at Texas A&M University. At Texas A&M University, I took 2 degrees. I ended up with a degree in psychology, a degree in social work as well, or sociology. And then I went back and I ended up with a master's degree in public administration, the business part of psychology, if you will. So throughout the years, my work has been in the people helping business. As a counselor, I was a school teacher, I was a professor at one time, I was a probation officer at one time as well. And then I got into research. In interviewing individuals, got into research. My first research project was, I guess, in the late '80s, early '90s with HIV/AIDS. I was transferred to do some work in the San Francisco Bay Area. So in the Bay Area, there was a great need to do health education. At that particular time, it was HIV/AIDS. And then from there, I got a grant because my work has always been grant driven, meaning that I get a grant, I do the research, collect the data, analyze the data, and then report it or publish it. So from there, I ended up working with the health department in the state of California, and I was traveling all over California to provide technical assistance to community health centers and collecting data to see how they were doing this and how they were providing services. So from there, I ended up doing some work in, let's see, researching children with asthma in the Bay Area. So this was a multi-million-dollar grant that I received from the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, to collect data on children with asthma.
Right.
From there, I ended up going back to Chicago, where I was doing research at the county hospital. The first project that I worked on there was tobacco cessation, how to get patients to stop smoking, it came very easy to me. So that was research that we did, and we were very successful. And then the second part was asthma again in adults. And after we finished that research project, I ended up doing some work with diabetes education as well.
Wow.
From the diabetes, I went on to tuberculosis, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been very fortunate in that. I've been very fortunate. But again, that is my professional work. That's what I do from my 9 to 5. The art is what I do because I enjoy it.
Well, and see, that's what we talked about earlier today too. And I talk about in my book that a lot of times you need fuel to get to where you want to be. And so work if you have to, and hope that eventually, and let it fund what you want, you enjoy doing, right? And quit that day job until you know for a fact that you can sustain yourself, right? But maybe some people enjoy, it sounds like you enjoy your day job too.
I do, absolutely. I've been very successful with that. I've had some great accomplishments, some great research that has done as a result of my participating. I've been able to, as a counselor, I've been able to save marriages, get people off drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So that's been very rewarding. And that's why I chose to go. That's why I chose to go into that field. As a matter of fact, I chose to go into that field. And let me just quickly tell you how I ended up knowing what I wanted to do when I grew up. In elementary, I kid you not, Kimberly, in elementary school, in the 6th grade, we had a school social worker. Miss Lujan is her name. I remember it distinctly. So one fine, Miss Lujan would come in once a week, and she would just ask the kids, "Hey, how you doing, Ben? How are things at home?" "Oh, everything is fine, Miss Lujan. Everything is fine. Everything is fine." And then one fine day, I asked Miss Lujan. I got the courage to ask her, "Miss Lujan, what do I have to do to be like you?" "What do you mean? A counselor, a teacher?" "Well, just to do what you do." Oh, Ben, you have to study. You have to study. You have to do well in school." I was in the 6th grade. You have to finish high school, and then you have to go on to college. And that was so far removed from where I was at, but I never forgot. I never forgot the feeling. Not that I needed any help at home. Things were fine at home. I had a wonderful childhood. But the feeling, how are you at home? How are things at home? Made me feel so special. And I never forgot that. The day I set foot at that campus, at the university, I declared what they say, my major. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I did. And I've been very, very fortunate, very, very lucky.
You know, that's an insight to know that there are mentors in our lives that begin very young.
And they don't even know. They don't know it.
Well, I think they do. They wouldn't do what they do if they didn't, right? Because I think you know that sometimes people don't come back and thank you, but you know you impacted their lives. And because it's not always about that thank you. It's about looking and watching somebody fly away, and you know that you helped them do that. And that's what's important, because a lot of times you can do that and you don't get the thank yous, you don't get the comebacks. Never went. But you know what? I tried to. I had a great uncle mentor, right? And he shared that with me one time. He said, you know, what's difficult is all the wonderful people who will be in your lives, and they will not know what they did for you.
Sure.
He said that's the biggest regret he had, was that he didn't respond back to people who helped him. and I listened to that. And so I made an effort many times to do things that a lot of people don't even do today. And that's, I'll write a thank you card.
Yes.
and still put it in the mail. So keep in mind, I did this, I think it was 2 years ago, because somebody went way out of their way to help me in Chicago with the problem we were having. And he was the general manager of PBS at another station, right? They had 2 stations, and I felt so because like he didn't stop helping me. He worked 24 hours nonstop on the phone, calls and everything. So I didn't know how to thank him because he knew we were non-for-profit.
So I think appreciation is what is more important.
Right.
And,
application.
Yeah. If you don't appreciate, so that is what I mean. Gratitude and appreciation. I mean, because we don't appreciate each other's work and each other's, and then we have to be grateful for all these things. So these are small things we have learned in our childhood, but we are not implementing when we are adults, and we have to use those kind of expressions and emotions. We are always talk about money and anger and things like that, but we forgot about that love and that one world and things like that.
And we have to connect and work together. But what was funny is I did write him a card.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And I mailed it because I'm like, what can I do for him? And I go, I'm just going to write a simple card like I used to do for my grandmother and other people. But kid you not, he emails me.
He got it. Nice.
This is what's funny. I know this sounds odd and repetitive, but thank you so much for a thank you card in the mail. I have not received one in years. Can you believe that?
That is wonderful, Kim. That is wonderful. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at this. This is his wife.
That is beautiful. You see, this is what my friend Asta could do as well. She can do a fashion show or fashion information with that in mind.
That's my next dress. That's my next dress.
Oh, it's beautiful. Nice.
Why? Because I keep joking about the hoop skirt. In our desk, right? Because they say,
that is what,
I know.
She thought that I'll make it for Kim, the hoop skirt.
Because I keep talking about a hoop skirt distancing, making our distance, right? Because it's just, and so when I saw that, that's my next dress. Because truly, I think fashion is going to define our trend of protecting us. It has to, right?
Yes.
So that's what I want to see. I want to see a fashion show coming up. If we do it online, that dress has got to be in it.
Sure.
But
women. One of the things that we're all doing here now is this. Now these have become fashion.
Oh yeah. I wish I had my other one, but in the laundry room.
So see that's one of the things that this is now going to be the future. There you go. This is going to become the new normal.
I like the kids better.
Yes, of course, I like that.
Put my chart card there. Put your money where your mouth is.
Now, this is going to become the new normal.
Yeah.
This is wherever we're going to be at months from now, maybe up until next year. This is going to become fashion.
True.
Well,
so we need to get ready to and be comfortable with these as well.
I think the big dresses, but women tend to forget why we had those big V'd out. The big dresses was to make our waist look smaller.
Oh, okay.
Have a purpose. Awful trend where it just is flat, and only girls that have a flat body look good in it. We look like boxes. Women like me look like a box because I'm full figured, right? And I'm short. So when I put that flat outfit on, but it was cheap. It was no design to it whatsoever, right? But only girls who were skinny and tall look great in it. But those really full skirts, I look rocking in it because
they had a purpose. They had a purpose.
Yeah.
Right. Makes my waist look tiny. It kind of, I love them. I have a few still in my closet. Not, I got they're full skirts, but I love to see that trend come back. I joke with everyone that the stormtrooper outfits, Darth Vader, all of that's going to come back because it's a hood,
yes.
And definitely protective outerwear, right? Stormtroopers are a little more sexier than Darth Vader, right? So.
That's right.
Yeah,
the designers are already thinking about what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? They're already going there. They don't really go Louis Vuitton.
I know, right? Leather, right? Oh my gosh, that's all.
Look at that. Yep, that's where they're going. That's the future.
There you
go. Oh, yeah.
So but there's not just that people need to think about. But here's what's funny. I think science fiction predicted our future clothing.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it, I think science fiction knew.
I agree with that.
I think we need to put that into play and get some outerwear design that will protect us. I also think the Indians kind of knew how to dress because they dressed with a veil, they dressed with the heavier layered clothing. So I think that they understood, and I truly believe that fashion back in the day was truly designed, even though they made it look trendy and made it trendy or religious, was to protect them from diseases. If you think about it. If you really think about it, it was truly meant, I think, to protect them from all the diseases that occurred back then. Even the hoop skirts, because it kept people at bay, right? It kept people far away from the breathing of the flu or whatever. So I just think we got to think about those things and get that fashion show out there online. I have an idea while we were talking. I do this when I talk to people. Yeah. What if you started something new and trendy, maybe a 1 hour show once a week where you interview artists that raise money and walk us through the process?
That's an idea. It's doable. It's certainly doable.
And or maybe one part of the show you're interviewing artists, another part of the show you're showing a successful artist. And it doesn't have to be just an art, like we said, it encompasses everything. It could be fashion, art, movies, music, any of it.
It's doable, of course.
I love the idea. And, you can do it every day if you want. It doesn't bother me because I think you're the kind of guy who could probably pull something off every day. But but just doing something, find a day and time and try it. Just even try it. We're not going to charge you for it. Just try it and see if it works.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. I like that. In fact, let me just put it together and I'll present you with an outline. It's doable. Absolutely.
And I think artists will also get a platform and a place to showcase their art as well. I mean, they will also be delightful to showcase their art to the world.
Yeah, from all over the world. It doesn't have to be just in one location.
And I think it would be doable, and we can rework in the format that the way we want to present it and the way we want to showcase it. But I think we can do that.
But also, you have to remember, he's got artists who can make it look wow.
That's what I'm saying.
Access to directors and things like that. They can just make this come out and just pop. And but think about it, a show that's as unique as that is that we'd come up with a really cool title, and maybe we can even make that part of the show. But you can come up with a really cool title that who's the next artist, or here's our next artist, next level, right? The next level. The show could be called Next Level.
Next Level. I like that.
And you could talk about, the amount of money that you're going to invest. Make it show the business side of it, right? So make it a financial education, right? Talk to the people about financially what does it take to get from A to Z. And I think it'd be a wonderful show that would probably not just draw other artists, but maybe draw investors, buyers, and so forth.
Correct. That's what it's all about. Next level, absolutely. Sounds great.
And it's just an idea. I come up with this while we talk. This is what the show's about too, is finding solutions and new ideas. But I think you make a lovely host. I really do.
Thank you, Kim. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you.
They need to take you out of those roles. But I know why they do that, because you look very smart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, you're very eloquent when you speak. And this is what people understand. Terrorists are not stupid. They're very intelligent people. And you look very smart. So I can see why you play.
Thank you. Thank you.
So definitely, you got that look. But yeah, I'm excited maybe to do something like this. You have to pick a day and time, but with your busy schedule. So during the day, are you still working in the health field?
No. I last year, 2019, I decided to take some time off, and when I took some time off, I decided to give that up for a while. Now I don't know how long is a while. I just took leave. Took leave. So what I ended up doing is I decided, okay, I am going to travel. I have always liked this country. I've always loved this country. So I decided I'm going to travel throughout the Mexican Republic to see where I want to end up at and to see what I want to do. Because eventually I am going to go to Central America and then on to South America. But during this quarantine here, we're still on lockdown in Mexico. I'm in a place called Guadalajara, which is, I believe, the third largest city here in Mexico. So during this lockdown, I've been able to make a lot of contacts and also to be very creative. But even before the lockdown, I was able to meet some artists here, and we did some projects here. So we've already have some accomplishments here in a very short period of time. The first project that we did was that video clip that we did for that musician called Sonoman that I mentioned. And then we ended up doing a short narrative on COVID, actually, COVID-19. So this was just really quick before the lockdown. I interviewed some filmmakers here, and I gave them the idea. This is what I'd like for us to put together. Can we do it? And if I raise some money, are you serious about this? And they wanted to prove to me that they could do it, and they did it. So it's called COVID-19 2020 Crisis Guadalajara MX. Now it's a 4-minute short about how coronavirus has impacted the community. Not in the number of deaths. No, we're not going there. We're going at it at the angle of economically. Individuals are asked stay home, and the participants in this film are telling me, how can I stay home if I have to work? So I have this dilemma. So it's the dilemma, tough choices that people have to make is a tagline. So I kid you not, this little project of this coronavirus film that we did, we sent it to 1, 2, 3 film festivals now, and it's been selected at the 3 film festivals already.
Congratulations.
We're really excited about this. One in particular was San Diego. San Diego was so impressed with this little project that we did because we did it really well. It was in a short period of time, but one of the things that I tell the artists is that if we're going to be low budget, but we don't need to look poor. The project needs to look professional. So we did. So it was submitted into the San Diego quarantine project, and it was selected, and it's going to be showing on PBS. It's already screened on some films, but it's going to be shown on PBS in San Diego, I believe, next month. So we're really excited about that. So, and what I have on pause right now is another short narrative film about death. People in Mexico, I've discovered, they're very, should I say, respectful of death. My next project is about death. It's about somebody that's going to be dying, and they're being interviewed how they feel, how the culture feels about death, and so on and so forth. So that's on hold. And then I've got another video, a very controversial music video about a controversial song called Nuclear Gods. That's also on hold right now, but that should be coming out, or we should be filming, hopefully as soon as we're out of lockdown. June, July is when we're going to be filming that. Now that's going to be exciting. The song is really good. It's called Nuclear Gods, and the name of the band is called Jesus Presley. Yes, like Elvis Presley. Jesus Presley is the name of the band.
I love it. So here's the thing I got about the death one. I think you can make a whole series about that, of different cultures, because every culture has an illuminating aspect to death. Like New Orleans. Oh my gosh. Have you ever been to New Orleans? I mean, it's
a celebration. It's a parade. It's a celebration.
A party. And then, in fact, I heard a big New Orleans band playing one time during just before the Super Bowl. And I had no idea they were celebrating that they'd been awarded some kind of Super Bowl thing. I thought it was a funeral. I go, oh my God, who's got a funeral? Let's go to it.
Yes.
Because it was the New Orleans band playing, music. And
Mm-hmm.
Thank it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, same thing happens in India. I mean, whenever there's an old age person dies, we give them a farewell with the music and with the way we are just giving them some kind of good pleasure that he was there in the world. He lived a good, healthy life for maybe 80 years or more. And
Mm-hmm.
we do celebrate, but in a different manner. We don't dance as it, but there is a music and there is a farewell, and then we do a lot of rituals in a round. But if there is some regular death, then we have what we can say. We have 13 days of peaceful silence where we don't work and we just follow the rituals and things like that. So
Yes.
there are different ways to do it, and in our religion, there are multi ways to. I mean, we give farewell to a lot of people when they die.
Mm-hmm.
So that you
Well,
could do a whole mini series of little shorts of every culture. I think you would have
And I'll tell you one more thing. Whenever we shoot a movie in India, be it Bollywood or any movie, and whenever there's a death scene, okay, so generally a lot of directors, because of their superstitious, so they direct that death scene, and then within the since the camera is on, they tell the artist to wake up, and then they cut it, and then they edit it, because they
Yep.
don't want him to die during the direction. So they make him stand, and then they cut it, and then they edit the scene.
okay, I see. Okay.
Very superstitious.
So,
So
the idea for this this particular short narrative is when I worked, I was a medical social worker at one of Houston's largest county hospitals. So I worked in the emergency room as a counselor, as a social worker, where I dealt with a lot of death. So many cultures, different cultures deal with death differently. I was the guy that would go in with the doctor who would tell the family, we're sorry, we did everything that we could. Unfortunately, he didn't make it or she didn't make it. So my role, and then I would tell the doctor, okay, doctor, leave. Let me now handle the grieving individuals or the family members. So, and throughout my years of experience there, I saw death being handled differently by different cultures.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating to see. And there's a study there to be had. But it was fascinating. Now, this particular project that I'm working on here in Mexico is something similar to that, but it's going to be based here in Mexico. So I've got that on pause right now, and hopefully that'll be done. Now, another project that we just completed as well, and it's doing well. It's called Foxconn. Foxconn is, let me just briefly tell you about this particular project. Foxconn is a short narrative film about also death. This is suicide. Now, you may be aware the research that was done is that Foxconn Inc. Incorporated is a company out of China. So the idea, and this is based on the poetry of one of the fellows that died as a result of committing suicide as a result of the work and the hard work that was being done at Foxconn. So, and it's a poem. Actually, it's a poem that talks about we're all rushing, we're all running, we're all trying to get ahead, and we just can't seem to catch up. And then the only way that I can catch up is to end it. So I commit suicide. So that's Foxconn.
So I want to share something with you guys. Every once in a while, I'll find a TV show to binge on. I'm not big on TV in general, especially media. But I just recently started watching the new show called Upload, which is about afterlife.
Okay.
In the future, like what they perceive afterlife to be in the future. It's kind of freaky, but it's intended to be a unique comedy, romantic comedy, suspense. It's unique, suspenseful, romantic comedy because there's murder, there's but it's in a comedy form, right? It's not. How would you say? It's uniquely done, so it's entertainable. And I watched the whole first season. I hope they do another one because I truly was engaged in how would people deal with this kind of futuristic afterlife planet, because you plan your afterlife.
Fascinating. Wow, interesting.
Given what you're doing, I mean, it has nothing to do with the just the life of what people do here, but it does in a way. But if you see it, at first you're going to go, this is really weird. Oh my God, this is.
Yeah.
But then you kind of get drawn into the drama of the TV series. So it's called Upload. I found it quite interesting. It's free right now. It's a brand new TV show, so I found it odd to be free. But I think Amazon Prime was giving away some shows just to keep people entertained and maybe wrap up their viewers. But you should give it a shot because it
absolutely.
Actually,
Will
I'm
do.
impressed because it's a low budget film.
Will do.
And I was impressed with the quality.
Will do. So let me just briefly before we go, I want to talk to you about my feature film called Ghost Box. In fact, I was waiting to talk about this if you don't mind. So Ghost Box is the very first feature film that we produced, Next Level Productions. Now, let me just tell you quickly how the story came about. So this writer by the name of Eric Papucci, I like that last name, Papucci. Eric Papucci presented us with a script that he had written. So I looked at the script, or we looked at the script, and it was horrible. Horrible. We even tried to hire a writer to fix it up, and she says, "No, Ben, I can't do anything with this." But I believe in the story. I believe in the story. I believe in the story. So then what we gathered around with my business partners and friends, and let's take a look at this. Is it doable? And then we invited Eric to come tell us what the story was about. Well, it's about this young girl who's trying to communicate with her mom. Her mom has recently died, and then she has a boyfriend, and then there's an incubus, and then there's a monster, and then it was all over the map. Okay, let's see if we can put this all together and make something out of this. So sure enough, we did. We rewrote the script, again, based on what he was telling us and based on what he wanted to say his story. So then again, what we ended up doing is we hired the actors. Can you make something out of all of this dialogue? And the actors said, yes, we can. Okay, so here's the director, et cetera, et cetera. So we got the crew together and we made it happen. We did it in 3 weekends. Actually, we did it in 3 weekends. So it was really quick, but it was a short narrative film. It was going to be 10, 15 minutes max. This young girl trying to communicate. Her mom is communicating with her, but and so on and so forth. So the difficult part about filming this was the actual ghost box. The title of the film is Ghost Box. So Ghost Box is actually a spirit box. It's a device. It's a device that we finally found in England. So we had this Ghost Box, which is like a transistor radio. I'm not going to give it all. It's like a transistor radio where you can decipher names between stations. So it's very unique. So the story goes about this young girl who's trying to connect with her mom to finally say goodbye. So we had it in the can, as they say, the filming. So then what the director tells me, Ben David, we have enough footage here. I think that we can make a feature film from this, but it's going to take more time and it's going to take more money. So, well, how much more money? So they can raise more money. So sure enough, we did. So it took us a long time to get the final thing out of the way, and we finally did. I believe early part of 2019 is when we finally had a finished product. So then we did the premiere. Now the premiere was to make money from the actors that we owed money to, but make money from the film as well. And that's when we had the premiere, the red carpet premiere that everybody wants to see. And one of the things that I do, I guess, let me just say, as a producer, I want everyone who participated in this film to get credit. Screen credits. That's important. That's important to them, and it's important to me to acknowledge their work. From the caterer to the dresser, to whoever did anything, whoever even said, I can help you, whoever gave me money, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a symbolism of gratitude, first of all, from the producer, but it's also to see their name on the big screen is such an honor for individuals, and that's why I always tend to give them screen credits. So anyway, so the film was.
Can I talk about one thing on that? I want to add to that.
Go ahead.
So I watch the credits a lot, and sometimes I go, I really like that hairdresser on that show. I might, and I'd write their name down. So as a watching producer, I am watching your credits for what? For talent.
Yes.
And not the top talent, but I'm looking for, I really like that music. Who did it? So I
Absolutely.
didn't mean to interrupt your flow, but I just wanted to share that those credits are there for another reason.
Exactly.
So yes, so thank you for sharing that you do that.
Yeah.
It's really difficult, but because I also do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You do the
Good.
same thing. You watch it for the same. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. You see, for me,
I also
for
do the
me,
same thing.
it's
Try to stalk that person, try to see what kind of work they have done, are they available or not, and things like that.
Talk the person.
for me, it's important, but more importantly, for them, for those individuals that
Exactly.
were part of this, because as we all know, that film is magic. It's
Yeah.
magic. And what you do is once you see your name on that magic that you see behind you, the screen, or in front of you with the screen, that's wonderful. It's a great, great feeling. I remember the first time I saw my name on the big screen. It was such an awesome, for lack of a better term to describe it, an awesome feeling. So that's what I try to share with others as well. So anyway, so with this particular film, what we ended up doing is we now have a feature film. So this feature film is now what we're trying to distribute. We're trying to find distribution for it. You know, as an independent producer, that's not easy to do. Let me tell you, because one of the things that we cannot do, we cannot compete with the big boys. We cannot compete with Columbia. We cannot compete with the other major studios. So that means that we have to do our homework, and the research, but we also have to hustle to make it happen. But again, it's an honor for all of those involved. And as I told them when I introduced the film, it's an honor to be part of this process of filmmaking, that you were all part of this as well.
It's a cool experience. This is what I tell people. I've been on movie sets, and it's definitely a cool experience because you watch everybody work together, like you said, to make this magic happen on the screen.
Yeah.
It's not easy. And I highly respect every time I watch, I hate doing this, but every time I watch a movie now, I'm sitting there adding up how much did every minute cost.
Yes. Yes.
Because one day when we sat down and figured out how much it cost us to film a TV show on location, we were blown away. Man, we were not patient with people who were late, who didn't show up. We were like, "No, you're costing me $1,000 a minute." I don't think so. I made somebody really, really mad, a big venture capitalist mad on my set one time because things weren't where they should be, and it was costing us a lot of money.
Yes.
And I pulled the plug and switch gears so that we can make it profitable, right? And he got mad and packed up and left because it wasn't on Limelight where he thought it was supposed to be. So I unfortunately made a venture capitalist very, very mad at me. But I was like, we're losing $1,000 a minute waiting for people who are not going to show up. We got to shift gears and do it now. And it interfered with what, but it wasn't coming out of his pocket. And this is what I told him. It's not coming out of your pocket, it's coming out of mine. If you pay for this and pay for this, then fine, take it. But it makes you more, people don't understand. When a director gets a little upset, I'm a little more respectful. Now, I don't like the really mean directors, but I'm a little more, I do understand money. Producers are the ones, the money comes out of the producer.
Yes.
But I respect it because it's a lot of money.
It is. Well, the term that you used, pull the plug. I pulled the plug. The musicians in Chicago, that band that I was working on, we were going to take them to the radio, to the studio, and they were not taking this serious. And I told the director, I'm going to pull the plug on this project. He said, "Oh, no, Ben, give them a break. They're young. They're 35 years old. They're not young anymore. So I'm going to pull the plug because they're not serious about this." And they were showing me, we started following them for 6 months. Now, 6 months of investment into a project, that's a long time in film talk. So we were following them, we were filming them, we took them into the studio. Let me just tell you the quick story about the studio. We took them into a radio show, very similar to what we're doing here, but on live radio. So the guys showed up late to start off with. They were not prepared. They were hungover because they had partied the night before. So I was just not a happy camper, to say the least. So the first thing that we do, as soon as they show up, it's airtime. So we're on the air, no prep, And sure enough, well, welcome Ben David, and he's got a group, and he's they're wonderful, and so on and so forth. So Ben David, tell us about what you have there. So I'm talking to the live audience. Hey, I'm here to introduce this great band, these great guys. I'm just, I guess, just building them up. And and what I said here, and you'll find this comical, and Kid and Kim, is that with these guys, it's not about the booze, it's not about the drugs, it's about the music. Great line, right? Great tagline. So and then the DJ starts interviewing them, and one of them says, "Can we drink here? Can we drink?" He said, "Well," and the DJ jokingly that, "Well, if you have enough for all of us, then yes." So he pulls from his backpack a 6-pack and gave a beer. Said, "Oh God, kill me now, kill me now." Well, anyway, so to make a long story short, pull the plug, pull the plug, pull the plug.
That's not the message you wanted to send, but it's just the attitude, right? They weren't taking your investment serious. They had to realize you were putting not just a lot of money, but time, which is money, and a lot of energy, and a lot of other people were there with you. So no, I don't blame you. I would have pulled the plug too.
Thank you. I agree with that. That's how I felt as well. And
that's
then
the hardest thing to do too, because you realize you put a lot of money into it, and all that money, the minute you pull that plug, that is gone.
It's gone.
And you got to start over.
It's gone. We didn't have enough footage to do much of anything with it. Because the idea with this particular project, with this film, with these guys, take them into a studio and record them live as they're in the recording studio. And we didn't have the end. We didn't have the ending for our film. So that's my story about that as well.
Well, and so again, people, it's what you put into it, and everybody has to be a team. Like Ankit and I, we know that this show wouldn't go without one or the other. So we know that we have to be there. Or Nick, we are a team. It's not just and when we couldn't do this without when. There was one time when all of our network went down, and we still had guests on the show. Ankit went down, I went down. There was no director. And here comes Win. He dives in. Unfortunately, he's watching us every day. He's
still watching us.
He still watches us, and he dived in.
He's like a third eye of IBM TV.
Yes.
He's a third eye of IBM TV. Whenever there's a problem, he just
he
just showed up with Spider-Man.
Wonderful. That's great. That's great. That's
he
great.
just dives in and saves the day because we've got technical difficulties and different.
You never know.
Gamble a little bit. We bet that it's not going to happen there and here at the same time, but it did. So there's.
I would like to know one thing that you have a great medical career before you moved completely into the movie. You thought of doing a movie on a medical field, or maybe about patients, or about doctors, or about how the doctor's life, or about the patient's life? Have you ever?
You're breaking up, but I know what he's asking because we kind of sync here.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, because he's breaking up. He wants to know, because of your medical background, have you thought about doing more of a TV or movie about the doctor's life, the patient's life, the medical nurse's life, and things like that?
Good question. Excellent question. And the answer to your question is it's in the works. It's already in the works. So, thank you for asking that question. I'm glad you did. So one of the things that we discovered here in where I'm at is the health industry is struggling a great deal. Not only because of the coronavirus, but the threats against the medical workers. I kid you not. I kid you not. I watch the news on Kid and Kim, and one of the things that I see is a lot of threats against the doctors and against the nurses, the medical staff. In fact, my COVID-19 short, you'll see a little portion there where a comment is, we're gonna burn this hospital down. And then you hear a bomb. Not the bomb is what we impose, but that's one of the comments, and that's one of the issues that we find ourselves here in Mexico, is that the general population is also threatening the medical staff who are helping patients. So the answer to your question is yes, I have, and that's in the works.
There's got to be a psychic underlining behind those threats. The threats that we see in the United States is that the medical professionals were fired for speaking out. So,
Yes.
so a lot of doctors, apparently there was a memo sent out, but they fired the people before they even sent the memo out. So they were gagging the doctors in the medical profession, saying that they could not speak out, that they did not have enough PPE and things like that. And some of our doctors, they're literally taking its disposable PPE and they're recycling it. Disposable PPE, they're reusing it. They're not recycling it, they're reusing it.
Correct.
So
Correct.
I'm just sharing a screen, and this talk about a movie called Munna Bhai MBBS, where there's a guy, he's not a doctor, but he still treats a patient with his own ways. I would suggest Ben to watch this movie. It's a different movie, but it's all about how we can still treat patients with a lot of love and a lot of compassion and things like that. And it's one of the good Indian movies, and it's about the patient life, more about the doctor's life. But that is what the movie is all about.
Wonderful. Yes, I'll look into it. Yes.
And I'm excited about your short coming up. The Ghost Box is already out. Am I correct?
Ghost Box is already out. I'm just right now looking for distributors. In fact, I just kind of sort of am so hopeful that it'll be picked up.
I hope we're going to be doing that. I hope that we will be airing that real soon for you because, you know, I don't have a problem. Again, we're looking for content, great content, unique content, and then the new COVID show would be great. You know, just but I also like the idea of you coming on and doing a little mini series or a series about artists. And
that would be cool. I like that actually. That would be cool. That's something that I can put together quite easily, and I think that it'll be enjoyable for your audience.
Yeah, and I think you could either do it live, where you got live engagement from viewers, or you could even do it post, and it'd still be pretty phenomenal. So, but anyway, but we greatly appreciate you coming on and sharing all of this. We are very excited about airing his movies and his artwork on IBM TV. We want to be the main distribution for art.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Kim and Ankit. I'm looking forward to our relationship.
And we love you. Oh, I wanted to tell you real quick. My son, Oaxaca, Mexico. Yeah, Oaxaca, Mexico is where he was, and he said it was lovely. He said it was one of the most beautiful places. And he just enjoyed it so much. So if you get a chance, go there.
Yes, in fact, that's on my agenda. In fact, that was going to be what I was going to do this month, as a matter of fact. But on lockdown, can't do it. It's pronounced Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, yeah.
Oaxaca is one of the most beautiful states here in the Mexican Republic, and that's where I am going next. But thank you so much for that.
So again, really fresh food. So
thank you so much for this opportunity. Be well. Be safe.
Have a good one. Bless you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll see you later. There you go. What a lovely visit. Oh my gosh. David Mann, he is just a ball of energy.
That he's having a problem with his internet, but he just went out and booked a co-working space, and then he did it for us. Because I requested him that you have to come on the show at whatever. I don't know how to manage it out, but if you can do it, that would be great.
He's a doer. Right? He's a doer. He's going to get the job done. He's one of those guys that you can count on. That's why his movies are making it, right? Yeah. He's not the Paramount or the Columbias, but that's why he is being successful. He had a theater play that was paid money. That's very hard to do. And so he knows what it takes to make money, to generate revenue. And I look forward to working with him in the future. I'm excited about watching Ghost Box. I haven't had time to watch some of his videos he sent us, but I'm going to.
Yeah.
But anyway, what a delightful person to even talk to.
He's an amazing personality. He's very charming, and he's very easy to connect, basically. And he looks like a global citizen to me, because he can connect to any community with an ease, and he knows what he's doing, and he's just looking for more people to help him out.
Well, and I think he could do that if he held a show. He would definitely find his talent, his and the people that he needs to help him with the resources. I think if he hosted a show, given his talent for raising money and interest, I think he could do that.
Yeah.
So, what happened to N&M?
I think he lost the connection. There was always a problem with his hardware. Last time also there was a problem, so he just messaged me that it's difficult to fix the connection. So maybe that's why.
So I felt bad because we didn't really get a good chat with him there in Hong Kong, right? He's in Hong Kong, and more about who he is and what he does. So maybe we can get him back on. And
yeah, he was there on the I think last week, if you remember, he was there. He joined us, but that day also he had the problem of having with the bandwidth. So that is what causing the delay.
Yeah. So I know we had a lot of guests lined up, but a lot of them were unable to show up today, I guess.
Yeah.
And some people are re-entering work phases, which I'm very happy for. Maybe we can work out something, a different time frame for them to visit, because everybody has a great story, and there's a lot going on there. And I really want to get a fashion show going, because I think there's so much we can do there. But Ankit and I, we can't do everything. This is something we've learned. We do good to get this show going and get ideas going and get other people to do shows. And I think that's what our job is to help inspire other people to bring their content to distribute. And we got Alexandra May's Musical Cafe. We have Sasha, who does Chess Stars. We're hoping to get Kevin Godey and his Gutting the Cow. So there's all kinds of things that have transpired out of this. We're working on a children's show on Sunday, and we've got Dr. Yu, who does Stem Cell Saturday, and losing the COVID-19. Actually, it's hot yoga with Dr. Yu. Yeah. So, I mean, think about all these great things. Then we got Dr. Sagu, Dr. Tula, and they all do a little break during our Saturday show to share with us new inspirational things that are happening. And the other doctors, there's just so many. I'm not trying to leave any of them out. I'm just saying we have a lot that has been inspired from.
And also, we are working on cricket show, Bollywood show. We are working we are working on a yoga show. We are working. We have already launched the first radio show on television with Mark Lee, and we are also working on a
first
show.
Radio talk show on TV.
Yeah, we are working on a show on Malaysia with Rana, and we are doing a lot of things. I mean, it'll take time to start all the shows. I'm trying to work out with Abhijit regarding a show on ease of doing business, and so as the electric vehicle. So it takes time, because you need to understand. To plan a show, it takes a lot of time, and then to process it on regular basis on a weekly slot, that is also a time-taking task. But once it's all started, you just have to follow the same process. So
well,
that is what we have to do.
It takes planning, and preparing and developing that roadmap. And that's what I always tell people: when you plan, the tools that you need. You might be missing something, but you have majority of what you need. And I always like to use the example of, if you make sure you have a flashlight everywhere you go, right? And if you get into a predicament, say you always hear, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, but wouldn't it be better if you turned on the light and you can see your way through the tunnel, right? So you always hear that phrase, wow, think we got hit really hard. But if you're prepared, you have your tools, and if it gets dark, you can, if you got your light, instead of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, you are getting through the tunnel without maybe falling off a cliff or bumping into something. So be prepared. Think things through. Talk to people who've done what you're trying to do, or talk to people who've started businesses, because I will assure you that you'll learn something from them that will protect you from making the same mistake that can be very, very costly. Watch some of our TV shows, Money Masters. We interviewed some of the world's most leading successful people. And I want to tell you what, I was shocked. The journeys that I heard from every one of these people, you look at John Petty, you think that was overnight success. No, but all of these guys who are sitting in their big offices or suites, that we were invited into to interview, every one of them had a long journey that got them there. It was not overnight. And every one of them has that challenge, even though they might have been well prepared or heavily educated or had everything. They thought they had everything, and then there's something missing. But the number one tool they had was this and this, and they had perseverance, right? To keep going. And that's what's very important. And I know this is Celebrity Talk Day, but what I heard today was their secret to their successes was what? Perseverance.
Yeah, perseverance. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, if you keep on doing the same thing, and if you keep on, you have to be basically honest with your work, and you have to be honest with yourself, and you should know that you are doing a lot of hard thing, and keep on doing things. I think whatever you want, you'll get that success or whatever fame you want or money or whatever it is, because everyone has a different definition of success, and I think we can achieve it. It's just a matter of time, but you have to keep on doing the same thing again and again, and that is where you'll find it at ease, and you don't feel uncomfortable, and you get a lot of confidence while doing the same thing again and again. And that is what we need to do, and that is what we are doing on IBM TV as well. We are trying to get audience on with the best practices and news around the world, and that's why they are joining us on daily basis.
I mean, we've even had an attorney from Italy, which was great to hear that Italy was re-entering into the workplace, that they survived the storm. I loved how he put it, we are survivors, you know, and so hearing these stories of where you thought, oh, certainly it's all devastation, that they finally worked their way out of it. Be talking to Rakesh on a daily basis from Hong Kong just inspires me that we can find a footprint to follow, right? I mean, and these are great solutions. We're not about, you know, we talk about the problems, but we don't whine about it. We talk about the solutions and what we can do to inspire them. Having Sasha on is always a joy to talk about Canada and what they're doing. And everything. And something that somebody told me yesterday, I love the fact that you're not paid for content, and that you don't control your guest. He said, but your guests don't get outrageous, like, you know, they're not using profanity or anything. But he said, you don't gag them. You don't sit there and go, we're going to control this, or you don't edit, right? And I go, well, so far we've been lucky, right? There's, you know, Ankit and I have only had to race for the button one time, and that wasn't our guest; it was somebody posting something. But for the most part, we feel like we provide quality content, and so we get quality back, right, Ankit?
Certainly, yeah. And also, I mean, I think if you give respect and if you give gratitude to your guest, I think they will revert you back. I mean, that is what the way forward. And if you be see, I don't want to compare with any news network or things like that, but I've listened stories that I mean, a lot of guests told me that you are different from what the other people are doing. So that itself says a lot of things.
Yeah,
we are not saying anything against anyone, but when they say something about us, that Kim was too good and we are doing differently, and we are not like other shows, and we are not like other news channel and things like that, that makes a point. So we have people, and that's why people. So see why people come back to your show again and again, and we have people from all genres of life from different parts of the world, and they wanted to come back because they see that this is a good platform, and we are not blocking anyone. There's no filter. It's just that we are trying to be positive, and we are trying to be away from all those policies which we don't promote, and that is what I mean. Simple as that.
We want the real stories too, and that's what was the purpose of going global and asking people from all over the world to share with us what's really going on in your neighborhood, and not a politician telling us, right? But a real life person who goes down into the streets every day, like Rakesh, and walks down the street and goes and picks his wife up from work, and he shares these stories with us, our friend from Malaysia who tells us, yeah, this is what we're doing. Or
I'll tell you, Kim, he's watching us right now.
Oh, is he? Hi, Anna. Hi. Hello.
He can message me on WhatsApp whether he's watching us or not. But he's, sharing a lot of posts on Facebook and on my WhatsApp.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate the fact that he takes the time to come and share his wisdom with us, and share what's going on. He's so delightful. I know Nick enjoys him being on too. Nick really gets excited about that. And so thank you for that. But we've also got friends in Africa. And South
there, so there are a lot of Tommies there. So they have a problem joining us because of the bandwidth. And I had a word with Stephanie on WhatsApp. She wanted to join, but somehow she's not able to join. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe a lockdown or things like that. But I'll tell you, I'm getting a lot of messages on WhatsApp and on my Facebook, and people are asking a lot of questions. They wanted to know how we choose the topic before we start the show.
Okay, it's magic. We're not giving that secret up. But what I will tell you is that Nick, Ankit, myself, we're a very good team. We're very experienced. Okay, we're very, very experienced. Many years of hard work, a lot of reading. We do a lot of reading. But as far as that secret, we're not going to give up. That's our secret. So thank you for asking.
And also, Kim, I'll tell you, a lot of doctors, I won't name the doctor, but they wanted to cover certain stories which is not covered by the mainstream media. But I told them that because of the sources, I am not sure, what we need to do, because until unless we have the right information and right sources, then only we can do it. Because we can't just hear that this is happening. We need to know what's happening in detail, and then only we can do it. So we can't cover those stories until unless we have a foolproof concept, or we should know what's going around. So that's why I try to, politely decline those things, because I'm not aware. There might be one vision what we are checking, but there might be other back-end stories going on. And also a lot of people want us to know that why can't we cover the restaurant payment processing and how the restaurant payments are working during the COVID thing.
Well, that's a question. We can do that. We just haven't had anybody from that industry really dial in. I don't know if it's because they're very depressed. Again, something people need to understand is that for the wonderful people that we've had on our show, there are millions and billions of people out there that are not able to go anywhere and get very depressed. And but you're right. That would be a good show to work on and to find out what's going on. You're right. So this is another way we get our topic, folks, is if you text us. That's always a great way to get our topic. But it takes a lot. Again, go ahead.
In fact, I'm trying to invite people from the airline industry and travel and hotel industry, because they are the worst hit people. And the problem what they're facing is that a lot of people have paid advance tickets or they have done the advance bookings, and somehow they're not able to manage those transactions, and they don't know how we can get the refund back and things like that. And it's not about small money; it's about big dollars. If you compare the bookings of a hotel like Marriott or maybe a big airline agency, and people are suffering so is the industry. So I think if we have someone who can cover those topics as well, that would be great, because people would like to know how and when they can do it.
Well, I actually will send you a contact of one of them that I just realized I had just found their contact on my phone yesterday and thought we need to call them, from the airline industry, smaller airline, but still nonetheless the airline industry. And I think we need to, just there's a lot of industries out there, and how are they going to come back? We don't know. I know the airlines were given a lot of stimulus in our country. I don't know how that works in other countries, and that would be an interesting topic. But I have known people who had trips booked and they didn't get a refund.
Yeah.
They were told they had to book another trip. But because COVID is taking longer than expected, because they were supposed to do it in 3 months do that. That they had to they were able to extend their booking. But here's my problem. A lot of people haven't made enough money to justify going on a trip, or maybe the business trip no longer is necessary.
Yeah.
It's unfair for the airlines to think that people can still take those trips. I think no offense to the airlines, okay, but I think it was a bit unfair that they got majority of the stimulus packages. If you read the stimulus, they really got majority of the stimulus package. And if you read that and realized that they didn't give back the money to the people who couldn't take a trip, I just think it's just not fair. That didn't cycle back around very right to me, because people are going to be more willing to re-spend their money to travel when this is over the way they want to travel, not because they're being forced to.
Certainly, I completely agree, and I think there are a lot of loopholes when you talk about the especially the airline industry, because there are different ways of tickets. Some tickets are refundable, some are non-refundable, some are in between. And whenever someone books a ticket, they don't know how to book a right ticket and whether they'll get a refund or not. And over on top of that, people buy insurance as well, and still they are not getting the money back. And as Kim, you told, a lot of people might not want the full money back. They want a return ticket, or maybe a ticket in future, or maybe an open ticket, so that they can utilize the ticket. I mean, that is it. But airline wants them to pay more so that they can use the ticket, and that is something which is
so that's conversion of a ticket, and I think that's wrong. And again, why I think this is wrong is because they received a big stimulus. If they had not received such a big stimulus, then I would say, yeah, whatever. But but here's the thing. I think if we looked at the policies of the airline tickets, there's a little phrase called "act of God."
Yeah.
And if it's an act of God, they're not responsible for. And somewhere, I guarantee you, one of their attorneys has had this labeled "act of God." And that's why they're not liable for refunding. Some of the people have told me that even though they did buy insurance, that they were not refunded their money, even though they did buy insurance. So, that's a huge thing. I would say don't everybody take everybody to court. Let's see if there's a way that the government can work some of this out and make it fair to everybody. And Lynn, welcome.
Wonderful to be here, Kimberly and Ankit. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. How's your shoulder doing?
Shoulder's good. I have a patch on right now.
Stay ahead of that pain.
Yeah.
Awesome. So how are things going in Pennsylvania?
Well, right now, have you noticed that this year has been windier than normal years? We have, it feels like a wind tunnel here.
Yes.
So you probably hear the chimes a little bit in the background, and I apologize, Ankit, because that's sort of part of what's going on. But it really is windy. So my wife and I are going to go walk, and I think we're just going to go as far as we can go with the wind at our back, and then figure out how to get home at that point.
It is a wind tunnel, isn't it?
It is. It's really windy today. And it has been quite a bit this year. So, but anyway,
a lot of rain. And this is what scares me, because when we get days of rain where it just constantly soaks the ground, and then the wind picks up like that, all of our trees come down, right? Mm-hmm. So that's been a concern of ours here, is the trees. But you're here because of saving money.
The dollar store. So there you go.
That's right. And let's talk a little bit about the dollar store.
You're getting so good at this, I almost don't have to come on anymore. But I really love
having you come on. But I know you're a busy person, but we appreciate you coming to visit us and share with us maybe new things that we don't know about.
At the moment.
You can see where I've been at, right?
Oh boy, I see where you've been. But wait a minute. I would have thought the first thing that would have come up would have been
I've already been there.
the minion napkins.
Right, my napkins.
Yeah.
I gotta go watch the movie. I know that I need to go watch the movie just to get happy thoughts going, because they make me laugh, right? But looking at them make me laugh. I mean, how can you not laugh look at those faces? I have to ask myself, that artist is really good because he took this pill-shaped looking character and you can see their expressions, like, what, really brilliant.
A good artist can do that. And obviously this artist is really great. So, and they're cute. My camera's not straight. I apologize.
Sometimes your camera's just perfect. You're one of the few people who literally come on the show and it's all lined up perfect. You look like you're in a ski lodge. I told you this last night. I feel like you're in this big, beautiful ski lodge from where you're sitting, and it's very lovely.
Well, as I did tell you, it was a music studio. In fact, actually, and we'll talk about the dollar store in 1 second, but a lot of people don't know my brother's a concert pianist and has played all over the world. But the gentleman that lived here probably 20, 25 years ago was also a concert pianist. And it is set up, was built for the next door neighbor's daughter, who was a musician, and I guess he couldn't stand her practicing so much. So he built this place, and what I'm doing is sitting sort of in the balcony area that looks down over the main room where the concert pianist who lived here used to give concerts. And then we have a great niece who's a soprano, and my daughter is a good singer, so the two of them have stood here on the balcony, and we've had them sing to us, which is really great. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place to have an office. So I can basically, because we're on a hill, I can look straight out and see people, neighbors walking across the lawn, but I can also look down and see my wife, who's been home for now starting on 10 weeks, which is, that's how long we've all been basically sequestered here.
Yeah.
So, but let's go to the dollar store.
Let's go shopping. Let's
go shopping.
What a beautiful home you have, and an opportunity to history, right? You've got this history thing going on. But let's definitely get the screen back up at the dollar store. All right, we'll leave the minions and let's go talk about what's going on new.
Well, actually, I don't believe there's anything new other than the CBD patches that have lidocaine. They're new, and you can see those. I didn't buy it. Just before we got those for the store, I bought the Excel patches. So that's what I'm wearing on my shoulder right now. And actually, my wife was working in the garden. Why is my arm hurting? Because I wasn't working in the garden. But anyway, I woke up this morning and I said, I need a patch. So that's what I did. I put the patch on. But we have a lot of great buys, as you well know. Besides Minion napkins, I'm quite honestly shocked that we still have any left, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I would expect people to buy them and send them to me. No, I'm just kidding. I am just joking, people. I don't give out my address. But the funny thing is that, yeah, they're happy. But there's so many other things, people. There's beauty aids, okay? All kinds of beauty aids that you can go there. Check out these socks. Wow, right? Hydrating socks. There's no reason to be sitting at home and saying, I can't go to the beauty salon, when you can turn your home into a beauty salon.
There you go.
Very inexpensively. And they have beauty products that would cost you $60 online and other places that are only, $4 here. And if you buy $25 worth of product, it's free. There's the collagen mask.
Yep.
Which I'm very fond of. A collagen mask is very healthy for you. If you could and I will give a definition of what it takes. You need a little bit of exfoliation before you do this, exfoliate your skin. And when you put the exfoliation on, you should leave it on for about 10 minutes, and not rubbing 10 minutes, get it on, let it set for about 10 minutes and then rub it and then get it off. And then after you rinse really well, and I keep my collagen mask in the refrigerator, not freezer, refrigerator, and I put it on my skin, but to help get the swelling away as well. So very different ways, but hey, folks, you know, I paid over counter at the cosmetic counter over $20 for a collagen mask, and it's the exact same mask.
Yep.
So
well, we talked about the skin liner that to get rid of the wrinkles, $4.99 on our site, and it's $67 on that big online store that starts with an A that I won't mention. The name is Amazon. Oh, did I say that? Sorry. Yeah.
The Amazon of all stores. It's big.
Yeah.
I will tell people something interesting, you know, talking about CBD. Somebody gave me some CBD for pain that I have, and I guess they realized I was having pain because I was getting wrinkled on my face, you know, like your face shows that you're having pain. And talk about an anti-wrinkle product. Okay. I was impressed with the amount of tension gone in my face after I took a CBD product. And so there again, you know, there's another purpose for CBD. But other things that you could do at the dollar store is your kids are at home. There's school supplies, toys. And again, this isn't just for you. If say you know somebody who needs things, right? And needs some healthcare supplies or some kitchen gadgets, or just if somebody just had a baby. This is what surprised me. Let's see. Look at all the baby products, name brand.
Right.
You know,
right.
You buy $25 worth and ship it for free to their home as a gift. And you know, why not? Or if you know somebody who just can't afford all the little baby products that they need right now.
Sure.
So there's no excuse to sit there and say, oh, we can't get together. I can't give them anything. It's very easy, simple, cost effective, as we teach in the Money Masters world, right? Be smart with money.
Yep. So loving the mission, which is basically financial education for not only young people, but I think there are a few old people that can use it as well. But the point is, why not save money? Why not get a $5 discount by signing up just to become a customer? Immediately you get a $5 discount. Every purchase you get 10 cents for every dollar. So we'll call it $1 for every 10. But you know, you order $50 worth of stuff, you got a $5 discount. It costs you $45. You don't have to pay for shipping. And the next time you shop, you got another $5 worth of discounts because we have a great rewards program. We ship right to the door, except if you live in my community, then you got to go to the post office, but that's fine. So the U.S. Post Office delivers to the post office just like they do to the house, as I found out because I picked up a lot of stuff. We have food, and we have nibblies for Nick.
Hello, Nick. Nick is watching. He just can't be on right now, but yeah, the nibblies, the snack foods. There's but totally, just about anything you could need is here cost effectively. You don't have to shop. So save money, save time, save gas, save your life. Don't go out and get infected. All the good reasons. It is very easy to do. Go to ibm.tv, hit the big green button that we have on our page. Yep. How much easier can that get? Or if you just, you know, want to go straight to it, it is shepherdfamily.dollarstore.com. And we want to thank the Shepherd family very much for choosing us at Money Masters to support us. They are donating 50% of the profit.
Right. And it's our pleasure to do it because it's a great mission and great people involved with Money Masters. And we just really are thrilled to be able to do it. And by the way, I may end up having to buckle under and buy myself a hair cutter because we have them. And,
Did you buy them yesterday?
Oh, yeah, they're on there.
Okay.
Yep. Hair trimmer.
I was calling them hair clippers.
Yep, hair trimmer. And but the other thing is I'm debating, do I want to grow a ponytail or do I want to use hair trimmer on my hair? So
well, I want to tell you, I've been so impressed with Ankit. There you go, folks. $2.25 or $30 on Amazon. It comes with everything you need. I've already looked at these, and then I realized that we had one at home already, so I didn't have to go buy one. But Ankit's been doing his own hair, and he's looking trendier and trendier every time he's become his own barber. He's got that little real cool spike going on, and the short side. Oh my gosh, I love it.
I think I'm a little too old for spiked hair.
I'm scared too. So I told people until I can get out, my hair is going to just keep growing. I started out up here. When I started the show, it was up here.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I've kept it that length for many, many years, but that's okay. We're going to see what happens. I have not had long hair since my son was in high school. So
wow.
A long time ago. Yeah, that's when you say that.
Look at Ankit.
There's Ankit. There you go, folks. It's not that hard to do, isn't it, Ankit?
Yeah, it's very easy.
Oh, can we get a demonstration?
He already did it. He just did it. Can we get a demonstration? That's funny.
I don't believe I'm using for the. I've used it I think 3 or 4 times. I mean, I'm not a pro on that, but I tried to learn it using. Watching a lot of YouTube videos, and then I tried to do my own style.
Oh well, you must have learned well because you're so stylish looking.
Yeah, no, he's got the hang of it.
He's got the hang of it.
Yeah, it was really funny because the first time I saw him, I noticed he got his hair cut. I was like, "Whoa, did you guys reopen?" He goes, "No, I did my own." I'm like, wow, way to go! I think most men are learning to do this now. So I think I commend you guys for taking this task on. I think everybody's just trying to experiment now. Like I have not had my hair colored since COVID. So,
but you can buy hair coloring on the from the dollar store.
I can't tell you. See, people have to understand I am domesticatedly and fashionable challenged. So me doing my own hair would be a catastrophe. My hairdresser and I are like best friends, and it's very hard not seeing her. But it's been good because I've saved a lot of money by not having my hair done. But yeah, I've always kind of wondered what it would look like if I just didn't go to the hairdresser for a while. So we're finding out.
I actually,
you are looking nice and good. I mean, I'm not sure, but there might be a requirement of hair color, but you look good.
Well, fortunately, a good lighting and everything kind of blocks when the hair isn't growing out right. But I just, like I tell people, I'm going to see what happens. It's interesting to watch the different colors grow out because my hair's got multiple different colors. Rather than having a hairdresser make sure it's colored perfect, it's interesting. I'm having fun. Yeah, so I'm excited about it. But anyway, yeah, but along with having this great sponsor, what I'm really proud of is that thanks to everybody pulling together like we're doing, we've got a lot of new shows coming out. We've got new content. We've got movies that are going to be coming. We've got shows that we're developing and working on, fashion shows that are going to be coming on, art shows that are going to be coming on. So all of this working together as a team. We're going to watch all of this grow together. So again, this is what I tell people. We're kind of like a startup and it's slowly growing, and we appreciate the support from everyone, including the Shepherd family and the dollar store that they have decided to choose us. They could have chosen anyone else, but they chose us. So please support them. Actually, you're not really supporting them. You're just buying your supplies from home, and by doing that, you kind of support everybody. And
look at it this way: it's win, win, win. Because what they're doing is they're saving money, and there it is, the old $5 bill. That's right, save $5, and they're getting stuff delivered to their home so they don't have to go out and expose themselves to the COVID virus by going to a store, and they're supporting Money Masters and the mission of Money Masters. So it's really a win-win-win situation for everybody.
It is. I mean, and again, they do have hair colors and stuff like that. And most people are not challenged like me. I would say give it a shot. But I'm going to wait it out. But there's no reason to. You don't have to. But hey, it is a win-win. And just don't go out and endanger yourself. I think. Do you guys have the dust mask back?
We don't, unfortunately. We do have some masks like the ski mask, but we don't have the dust mask back. I know they're on order, but they're not here yet. The same thing is true of the gloves. We do have some heavier gloves, which actually, when I go to the store, I don't take the ones that are disposable, but I have some heavier gloves that I will put on, and then I'll just come home and wash them. And and then hang them over top of a bottle or something just to dry out and reuse them.
Well, the thicker gloves, you can also, if you wanted to, just spray a little bit of ammonia or bleach on them, which would probably, because it's not going to melt them down or destroy them. You got garden gloves too. Cool.
Yep.
So, but nitrile gloves, a 6-pack. So yeah, the essentials, disposable gloves, the poly gloves. So, but those are good too, just for if you're doing it around a lot of people and you just want to throw the gloves away, pack a pocket full, right?
Sure.
And then you don't have to worry about that. But all of these things are having to become part of our lifestyle. And we have to think about how can we do this cost effectively. And at the dollar store, I don't understand why you would shop anywhere else, to be honest with you.
Well, the only thing we can't do is deliver perishables. But I do have someone, I told you this before, that I have someone who will deliver ice cream to you, Kimberly.
I know. I haven't ran out yet, but because I've been very careful with it. I ration it, but absolutely. I am an ice cream freak. You know, it's weird because I read somewhere that the ice cream sales have gone up during that time, and they claim that ice cream is the best food for depression. I thought it was potato chips and mac and cheese. But they said ice cream out the roof.
Yep. Wow. Didn't know that.
It's a happy food. Think about it. Ice cream always comes with good memories. Whenever I came out of surgery, I never wanted Jell-O. I would always ask the doctor, "Can you go get me those little cups of ice cream?" Because they have the little cups at the hospital, right? And so I would always ask for the little cups of ice cream. So, no, but thank you. I, have to keep that place in mind. Your chimes sound beautiful, by the way.
Say that again.
Your wind chimes sound beautiful.
Oh. Yeah, and I'm getting a little bit of feedback, and I think I can tell, Ankit can tell that because I can see his face. For some reason, there's a little bit of feedback in my earpiece, but thank you very much. We love chimes. So
yeah, I've got a set on my porch, and if I go out and do business talk out there, everybody goes, "Where are you at? Is your doorbell ringing?" And I go, "Oh, the wind's blowing." So, they're beautiful. I love them.
They're great. So guess what I have to do today?
Meeting with the dollar store.
No, I am. Oh, there you go. There's Ankit's chime. I actually have to get gas for my car for the first time in 10 weeks.
Wow.
I mean, think about that. Wow. It's interesting.
I'd be a little nervous, but well, I heard the gas prices went down.
Yeah, although I heard now that people are driving more, that gas prices are going to go up again. I think my son or my grandson, one of the two of them, they live in North Carolina, telling me that you can get gas in North Carolina for somewhere $1.29. Is that right?
I haven't been out in 10 weeks other than to go to the store. So I have no idea.
Yeah. We're heavily taxed here in Pennsylvania. And because of it, our gas price hasn't gone under $2 yet. But then if you use discounts, which you can get at the food store by getting discounts, just like you can on the dollar store, you can pay less for your dollar store delivery, just like you can for gas. So we do get discounts at the food store, which allow us to get our gas cheaper. So there you go.
See, that's smart shopping. Folks, listen
Smart
to
shopping.
Smart shopping. And
Financial education.
About smart shopping, and because that's what it's about.
So please come to the dollar store, and please support Money Masters. We think it's a wonderful mission, and we're really excited to be able to be a sponsor for Money Masters. And we just hope everybody understands that financial education in a time like this can really come in handy, because you learn how to save, and that's an important thing.
And Lynn, I think you'd be very happy to know, like, our Economic Mondays have been some really, really good talks about how to get back into it. But we've been talking about, even today, we talked about each celebrity and or producers and what it takes financially to do monies, but it's also just financially to get back into the workplace.
Sure.
And the different, and it's, so we've been really strongly just inspiring. That message has been more so in the last 2 weeks than we have the whole time that we've been doing the show. We've been really focused on this, but we've even talked about today having a show for artists, because artists are the ones who struggle the most. But this gentleman knows how to raise money for artists, and that's what he's doing is getting money for artists and helping them get their shows out there. Not just artists, but video artists, movies, everything.
Sure.
He's really good at this. But I said, why not do a show where you're interviewing the artists, but also showing what it costs to get them there, what they need to do, the budgets. And so, he's like, let's do it. So, because we still need art in our world. Everybody says it's not important, but by golly, without art we wouldn't have the design that made these, right? Or our clothes. People have to or glasses. All of that comes from an artist. So
how about music?
Music, you can't have a movie without music, but music makes you happy. So
right, sure.
And what he found was that so many artists were struggling. He doesn't do just one gender; he does it all. The music. So I find his mission really good. He's been very successful in raising money, which I found really well. But it wasn't just raising money. One of the things he said, sometimes that's very difficult, but he's been very successful in turning around money, bootstrapping a project, and making money from that and turning it into another project. So these are the talks we want him to have on our show to inspire other projects like that. So
that's interesting. So
that's very interesting. So win. And that's what we're talking about.
Love wins like that. That's really great. So
and we got new shows. Mark's been buying from the dollar stores, though.
Right.
And we talk about you on his radio show. He's got a radio talk show on IBM TV.
Hey, look, why not? Why not?
And I'm like, go for it. I love it. So Monday afternoons after our show, he comes on and does straight talk. So there you go.
There you go. And you have 3 new shows this week, don't you?
Yeah, and growing. It's
growing.
Definitely and growing. Good. So we got more in the shoot planning. So but you got to pace yourself, right? And make sure everything works as fast as we want, much as we want things to grow faster. Sure. You have to pace it so that it grows right. And I think
a friend of mine said once, sometimes you have to slow down to speed up. And that's what you have to do. But anyway, I'm going to unfortunately have to take my leave. I've got a 2:00 Zoom and on another business, which, by the way, where the same concept that you were talking about of recycling the money to help get more things going on. That's sort of the basis for that particular business. So
we want to have you on the show to talk about that. So schedule a day, maybe even tomorrow. if you want to, whenever you have time, we would love for you to come on and share the business model, how people can get involved, because I love what it is. I really do. And I know what it is. I know that it is a future project.
Actually, you don't. You're talking about something even different.
Oh, so you got a lot of things, but we can talk about that one too. We can talk about both. We can talk about them both.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. A lot of viewers always say that Lynn comes and we discuss about dollar store. Why can't we discuss about Lynn's life and how he can run multiple businesses, managing?
So, we've had people ask, why can't Lynn come on and do one of our Money Master shows? Yeah.
So we have to maybe an hour so and we'll discuss a lot of things about life and economics and how we can run multiple businesses at ease. That is what we need to discuss with Lynn Chappell.
And then so we'll have to plan a show about you talking, because I have had that many times, that what you do and how you got a dollar store and things like that. So
I would love to do that. And then ask me about my meeting with Colonel Sanders once, which
I love that story.
Yeah.
Love that story.
Yeah. Anyway,
and
so
we'll talk about that.
Take my leave.
Thank you.
Namaste. God
Namaste.
bless. And we will see you tomorrow.
Sure.
And buy from the dollar store and support Money Masters.
Yeah.
Well, and save money.
Save money. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right. I always love it when Lynn comes. I don't know if you noticed, but I just kind of grin from ear to ear. There's Lynn. So why not? People save money, right? And I know India's hoping and waiting that the store comes to them. Sasha wishes it would come to him, and they want it in South Africa. So, people, thank you for your support. If you've been buying from the dollar store, we thank you.
I'll tell you, I was in Hong Kong, I think in 2018. And at that time, or maybe early 2019, Alibaba wanted to supply or wanted to ship products around the world within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, that is what the plan is. Supply, I forgot the campaign name, but it says shop and get it delivered within 1 day around the world. And so that they are doing a lot of hotspots in different airports, and they are making airport as their warehouses, and they just keep on supplying things and putting everything in the airport. Because if you have multiple airports and then warehouses there, it's easy to supply around the world.
Well, because even I used to need like my circuit boards overnight at a site, right? Like I would ship them in. And this is how I would do a 24-hour workaround for our circuit boards. And this was a long time ago, right? This is back in the 80s. I would literally buy a first-class seat for my product stuff that we were shipping back and forth. And literally they would put it in the first class seat, and somebody would board from the company, get it, take it to the facility, do the repairs, and ship it back. Over time, we found out that was way expensive. Why not just trash it and send a new one, right? It'd be cheaper to pull those, ship them back home, and have new ones. And so we learned that. Eventually we learned what it is we learned to develop more, to have more on hand. But what you're talking about is what Amazon did with what they call lockers. So Amazon wanted to be able to do 1 day, not 24 hours, but 1 day.
No. So Amazon is doing 1 day delivery in US.
Yeah.
But Alibaba wants to do around the world.
Around the world. That's what I mean. But what Amazon did was the same thing Alibaba was doing, was they made lockers.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So they stock the lockers with the items they know sell the most, right? And then they take that risk. Occasionally, they're not going to be able to sell a product fast enough.
I think
Alibaba was doing 24. Yeah.
Idea as an online retail is that it should be a mix of online and offline, and then only a company can survive. Because if you don't have an offline setup and you are just online, it sometimes is difficult.
Right.
But if you both the things, it will work well. And also, I don't know, but I see a lot of future stores. Like if I set up a physical store, in that store I will have Amazon, Alibaba, and all those online store with a different rack. So if you go to that rack, you'll find all the Amazon stuff. If you go to this rack, you can buy, and you can buy online as well. You can check the product, buy it, and then get it shipped at your store. at your home. So there are different ways to do it. I mean, and also I believe that video retail is also coming soon, because what happens is that there will be a video coming on. Once you click on the website, you enter it, and someone will help you, and then you will the camera will showcase you all the products, and then they will buy the product for you, put it in the cart, and then you'll pay the amount, and then they will ship it, and you will see everything in the video recording.
Yeah, I mean, it's video. All of that's coming around. You know, that's going to just change our world in various different ways. Video shopping kind of scares me a little bit. One of the things I noticed that Amazon did to expand, and they made a deal with a couple of department stores, and you could do your return. Even though the department store didn't sell that product, they had an Amazon stand, right? Like an Amazon booth.
Amazon ATM.
Yeah.
Kind of ATM, yeah.
So, and the store was smart because that brought people in that normally wouldn't go to that store, right?
Yeah.
So then they were smart. If you returned your product there, they gave you a $10 coupon.
Yeah.
So if you stopped and shopped, you get smart. I'm like, how smart was that? Because in many ways, Amazon probably took a lot of their business away from them, right? Because they were a department store. And so now the department store became their same day return. Just bring your product here and it's done, right? You don't even have to ship it anymore. We take it. And I'm like, wow, that was smart. And
I'll tell you one more thing. What Amazon, I'm not sure about Amazon, but Flipkart, it's equivalent to Amazon in India. What they have done is they have put a lot of what you can say, kind of a cafe, Flipkart cafe. Where,
okay.
Yeah, so where people will go, they will have those desktop and laptops ready. They can buy the stuff. They can get to know more about it from the people, executives who are, who will shop on behalf of them, because they don't have internet access. They don't have a mobile app, or they don't have a physical address.
Okay.
And they will get deliver the product at that shop, and then they can pick it up.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like that. No. I think they had to get more creative because of that, right? And I laughed one time. Go ahead.
But I want to work on something. What I believe is that when we talk about privacy, in terms of your information, whenever you buy a product from Amazon or Flipkart, you have all those details on that product. So why can't we use some kind of an encrypted code or things like that, so that no one can read it, and you just scan it, and then that is your product, or maybe something which we can work on, because generally what happens is that we pick the product and we'll keep the box at a garbage door and things like that, and then that stamp which says Ankit Khandelwal or Kimberly Calhoun is still there, and people can get your contact.
Oh, I know. People steal the boxes. I don't know about your doorstep, but people still. We've got the video camera doorbells now, right? We got big security from. That became real popular to prevent people from stealing your Amazon boxes, and so that's what a dog's for. But anyway, but yeah, no, I agree. The privacy issue is very, very big. There's so many different ways to do it. Encrypting code names, right? So instead of encrypting, just use a code name. Like I have a code name that I use all the time, and that's the way I am private. And I'm going to give a little tip to the world. Okay, you don't have to give your real birth date to a lot of these registrations. The birth date is just so that something that you can remember, so that you can go back and re-log in. I have a fake birth date that I have been using for years, right? For that exact reason. I'll guarantee you not one of these places knows my real birthday. But the reason behind the request for birth date was they thought it was something that would be quick for you to remember for re-access to your account. It had nothing to do with validating you. And that's what I tell people. Just make up a birthday, put something there, and protect yourself. Because if people know your name, your real birthday, and in other words, if a hacker got out there and got into a lot of your different sites, they could piece together who you are and how to hack into anything you have.
Totally.
they could copy your birth certificate with most of the information. So I just made up I have a fake mom name. You know how it always asks you what's your mother's name? I have a fake mom name. I have a fake dog name. I have a whole fake family name when I do those things. And so if anybody hacked me, they would know.
Yeah, that's a great tip. That's a great tip.
Yeah, it's I've done it for 25 years. Wow. So but don't give your real birthday, when you're creating these accounts and things like that, but keep the same one. That's what there for a while I was just making up one, right? I just make up one. And I'm like, holy crap, I can't remember what I made up here. So find just another fake birthday and stick to it. But anyway, I think it's time for our ambassador.
Yeah.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that was the social message from our little ambassador from India. And message is still clear. Wash your hands and be protective and try to take all the right precautions and prevent yourself from COVID-19. And I think it's time to wrap up. So thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Kimberly. And good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the world. And spread a lot of love, happiness, one world. And we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.